unbeaten. So the last 3 rounds today are all kind of quite meaningful for them. Certainly
Indeed.
None of these players here want to drop this game anyway and put too much pressure on themselves.
So we've just had a similar thing as a similar problem as I scan around and see what's happening here. There's something funny on the screen. Stand by. And so some people had audio out there and some didn't. So for those that are joining us and have just started hearing us, my name is Ben. I'm known as Benny Two Shoes in the bowls world. This is my first time at the doing croquet, and we've really impressed that we've got that I'm here with the New South Wales Women's AC Croquet Championships playing for world points, and I'm sitting here with Peter Landreb, and I'll just once again for those people out there, Peter.
Oh yeah, welcome again. Thanks, Ben. Yeah, and yes, for all the ones that didn't hear any audio, yes, yeah, we're
that's it.
All, a narrow miss there from Rosie from not just great distance, so she won't be happy with that one. The game's been going for, I don't know, maybe a good 20, 25 minutes, does it?
I haven't. We'll have a timer there somewhere. I just haven't seen. About 33 minutes
33
we've been streaming.
Minutes, yep. And Joanne is on hoop 2 and 3 with red and yellow, and Rosie's still on hoop 1 with both balls. Joanne's had more lawn time than Rosie. Rosie's couple of opportunities didn't come to too much.
Yep, the jumper's off. Get warm out there. It's not super warm sitting here, but it's
no, not at all.
It's different when you're out there being active. Ooh, just missed. Into the corner, into the chairs over there. And a lovely day here in Mosman at the famous and venerable Mosman Bowling Club. As we said, there's 4 lawns here, I think, now. There used to be a bowling club just over the road there, but it's now become a couple of croquet lawns. Actually, there's 3 here. There's one to my right, a smaller one that I'd forgotten about. Is that a practice lawn to
yeah,
my right?
I think it's, if they get new members, it's kind of introduction to a bit of ball movement and a few easier ways to do some lessons.
So I missed one. Actually happened there to that ball, sorry.
Yeah,
say that a lot today.
With Joanne missing it made sense for Rosie just to return to partner and give her a bit of a free swing. Joanne's hoops are for 2 and 3, so if Joanne hits here, there's some work to do with these 2 balls down here. So hope Rosie will be hoping it forces an error, or if she's hoping Joanne misses. But, she's just a little bit off on the swing, Rosie. She hasn't been hitting everything sweetly. She needs to get the roquet working. Whereas Joanne's hit that one quite centre ball again from a bit of distance. So, an achievable distance. But
Yep, has been all over it, actually, I'll say. Impressive work. I'm just chasing cameras around so we get better views of things. It's nice.
So she does have a takeoff from corner 3 to 2 balls south of hoop 1. So it's a bit of distance to go. You've got to control red. Obviously, red can't go out on the croquet stroke. And you want to get it down far enough so you've got a comfortable, 4-yard roquet onto these 2 balls. So the camera will show us in a minute where her finishing position is.
Look around. I've actually lost track. There's 2. I can see 2. Are we looking for the black and the blue?
Yeah, the down below hoop 1.
That's it. They're down here, aren't they?
Corner. How far has yellow gone? She's got pace
wonderful.
perfect. Yeah. So she's got right on the spot of about 4-yard shot. So that's your aiming target. Well, that's less than 4. Yeah. So it's a great shot from Joanne. And that could be a handy cut. She can put blue towards hoop 4 while attempting to get a rush on black up to hoop 2. There's a little bit of distance now between the two balls, but if she can get this shot on the money, she's got a good chance to get a break going. When the two balls are together, Ben, that's called the croquet stroke, and the only real rule you need to know on it is no balls can go out. So she's flirting with that line heading towards the black ball, and so that's why she's played it a little bit safe. So she's got on the wrong side of the blue, but she hasn't gone out as well. She'll be
a little bit of risk.
Yeah,
like
so
that.
as I say, it's not the club she'd normally be playing at. So you're unsure of some of the boundaries, and you're a bit testy on them to see what they're like.
And just say you can see on that that shot just there, where our commentary position at this lovely club overlooking the green. And that's that camera there. Hi everyone, welcome to the coverage from Mosman Croquet Club. Once again, really excited to be here for the New South Wales AC Croquet Championships. Two classy players here. We're saying that Rosie's number 2 in the world, is that right?
Number 2 in New South
In New
Wales,
South Wales,
and Australia for women players. So about 155 is her world ranking.
Wow.
And Joanne's around the 390 mark, but climbing quite quickly she has in the last 12 months. So I don't think she'll be 390 for too long. She'll keep going up.
Oh, as of today, these ladies are playing for what's the word? It's world points.
Well, every game they play is for ranking points.
Yep.
It's not a thought in their mind while they're playing a game. You might at the end of a tournament think, oh, I dropped that game and that game. That's cost me a bit, but you're not chasing ranking points per se. You're trying to win the women's Open title for New South Wales, and
that's it.
That's all you're really here for.
That's it. And we should mention again, this is the finals. It is a round robin competition. We have 3 games today. The 3 ladies that are playing. Who's the third qualifier, Pete?
Well, Alison Sharp, who's over on lawn 4, is also unbeaten, and she is the leading lady player here in this field by a considerable margin as well. She's not terrible. I don't know Alison's ranking at the moment. I'm guessing it's around the 70-something mark, 70 to 80 in the world. And quite clearly Australians' best lady player. But we have a field here. We have on lawn 2 next to us, which the cameras aren't on, we have Lucy Rees, who's from the same club as Joan at Camaret. And she's playing Kate McLaughlin, who's probably more known to our viewers as a golf croquet player, but she's been putting a lot of time into association croquet the last couple of years. And on the far lawn, which is over on lawn 4, we have Diane Scott, and I think she's from the Wollongong Club.
Down my way?
Yeah, even though she lives in Sydney, I think her some family down in Wollongong area that she goes and sees. And there's a Julie Toms also from Canberra, a Roberta Flint from the Marrickville Club, and terrible, I'm forgetting somebody. Where's the other love player?
That's okay. We'll get to it. The interesting part for me is that, and the surprise that a lot of people express to me when I say that I'm coming in and doing this broadcast, is that there are so many croquet clubs around the country, particularly down, obviously, the eastern seaboard. There's a really good one down near us. They've just moved across to the new facility in Nowra, and I look forward to getting down there. That's a good stroke. It's a lovely place, and there's so many clubs around. So if you're out and about and having a look and never played croquet, give it a go. It's a great game. Every club's so welcoming.
Yeah, very much. And we're always needing new members. While we're commentating on an association croquet tournament, go to the club and say, I want to learn association croquet, and you'll be made more, not more welcome. But it's,
you might open some eyes, see some eyes pop open.
There's a lot of players play both golf croquet and association. there's also a lot who only played golf croquet and haven't really had the big introduction into association croquet. So we're certainly pushing for a bit of a revival of association croquet, and hopefully players play both and enjoy both. And certainly I can say as a
Still broken.
as a player that plays both codes, but I was brought up with association croquet, and it helps incredible amount for your golf croquet. Association croquet, there's just little things in association croquet that is really hard to pick up for just a golf croquet player only. So I highly recommend everybody at some point that learns association croquet and supports and gives it a bit of interest for themselves, that they can play both and have double the amount of tournaments that they can go and play in.
Oh, indeed, and there's as you're saying, there's nuances to both games, but a spectacular. This is once again, this is the first time I've seen AC croquet, and it's really intriguing, the tactical work around. It's a real thinking game. I'm quite enjoying it very much. Tell me, can you tell us the score position at the moment?
Yellow and red are both for hoop 3, so they've both scored 2 hoops each with each ball. So it should be yellow 2 and red 2, and Rosie has yet to score. I'm trying to change that by pushing this blue through the hoop.
We've seen this jam in a couple of times now, specifically from that angle, actually.
Just an even pace, no, and she's at the same left leg again.
A little frustration showing on her face there. What are you doing, camera? Focus up. There we go.
Yeah, Joanne's not liking the shot with yellow onto blue. It might be a bit of distance, or it's not all fully open. Might have bounced favourably back for Rosie. Have another look. Yeah. So Joanne's strength is the shot, this roquet of these distances. She's very, very solid. It's a perfectly smooth swing and hits right in the middle.
Brilliant form.
Yeah.
Even a little gasp from the crowd here. That was.
Yeah, we got an applause on that one. That's a good shot. And we have Steve Miles here having a break. Would you like to say some words, Steve?
That's good. I'm going to, please, Steve, have a seat. I'll hand over. I'll just run the cameras and you two can chat away all you like. Thank you very much.
Well, good morning, everybody.
Morning, Steve.
I've just been over on lawn 4, reffing Alison Sharp playing Diane Scott. It was a fairly quick game as Alison played her usual game with perfect placement and won 26-0, 9 hoops and then 12 hoops and then 5.
Oh,
Well, 3 hoops and 2 pegs for 5 points, yeah.
Yeah, so very clean, Steve.
Yeah, I mean...
Who was Alison's opponent?
Diane Scott.
Okay.
So basically she just missed the lift, but only by a millimetre. As you know, Pete, it's a game of millimetres. You make a hit or you miss a hoop like Rosie just did. You make the hoop and all of a sudden you're away, you miss the hoop and you're not.
Yep.
So what do you think Rosie did wrong with that hoop?
She's... while you've been away, she has missed it a couple of times. So she's just in her roquets. She is she's hit a couple, not in the middle. She's been a little bit off from the start on roquets and hoops. Joanne hasn't been certainly punishing her for it. Joanne's been dug out some really nice breaks, but she's had a couple of hoop approaches that have fallen a bit short and type of not got her running around. So, Rosie's certainly been behind on the lawn time. She's not that far behind on the scoreboard.
Well, yes, I'm happy that Joanne's got through hoop 1 and 2 because I reset it this morning, so it's a little bit tight.
It's only hoop 1 that's given them both trouble. Joanne just didn't quite get in position at hoop 3 a couple of times.
So, it's a bit of a game of cat and mouse at the moment, isn't it?
Yeah, they've hasn't been many dry shots or anything. It's type of they've shot at themselves on the boundaries a bit.
So what do you think Joanne's going to be thinking now?
I'm looking there.
So she's done a nice little cut there.
Yes, looking at she's shaking her head. I think she was rushing that more or less straightish down to the line towards hoop 4 as a load, and then was going to do a takeoff back, but to the other balls. But she may have to change her mind now.
So why doesn't she just go for hoop 3, make the hoop?
Because there's nothing. It's a hoop, and there's nothing ahead after the hoop. So you don't want to score on ones. You want to score on turns, and so she's putting yellow to hoop 4, going to the other balls to try to make hoop 2 that way. And then when she does make hoop 3, once she makes hoop 3, then she can continue to make the rest of the hoops of the break.
Okay, so she's obviously trying to get a rush across so she can then do a croquet shot to get red behind blue and rush across. Bit of more work now.
A bit of work, yeah. She didn't quite get the very first shot that she didn't mean to cut like she did. She has played some nice touch shots, some nice takeoffs, and got rushes off them. This one's a tricky one because there's not much room between the blue and the corner.
No, it's important to get behind blue, but it's important not to go out. She's probably
That's
going
nice pace, isn't it?
Yes.
Did she tickle blue? Do we?
Couldn't quite tell. I don't think so. She must have, yes.
Yeah. So she got a large roll that is.
Oh, now is this the strategy? Do you do the mother of all rolls?
I think so. Because even if she doesn't get red in a running position, she knows blue is left there, and she knows Rosie will shoot blue at black. So she knows what is coming up next. So she really needs to find the right spot for red back to yellow with a meaningful rush, and that could be a rush to hoop 4 or a rush up into corner 2.
Yeah, I suppose she couldn't really put blue anywhere else on the lawn.
No, you probably being picky, you really want that blue just to the east of the hoop, just to stretch the shot. Blue on black has.
Well,
but
we have an outside
yeah,
influence on the lawn now.
I was about to say, I think it's a good idea for Joanne to walk down and look at this spot. She wants red to land for the rush. I thought she was, but it wasn't. It was to scare the bird away. But you want this rush to be meaningful.
So what's the benefit of walking down and looking?
Well, she needs to find a spot that's not a double for black or blue, and she needs to find a spot that's a rush for, and seeing red and yellow for the same hoop. It doesn't matter which ball she sets for. So she really, so she's given it now that she hasn't pushed the red, say, just past the hoop to where the magpie is, which wouldn't have been too bad of a spot. It gives Rosie a kind of a free shot through this red and yellow because it means...
yes, another yard or two more, and then
yeah,
she would have been protecting the boundary.
Maybe not taking it, but and taking it through. Yeah, so I think that one's worth the wander down and just make Rosie second guess the shot or not.
Make sure you get the right rush, but also protect that boundary. So if Rosie had missed, then she could have. Well, Rosie wouldn't have shot it probably if she protected the boundary.
No,
she would have gone to black.
And she may not have even gone to black if give Joan 2 balls. So it's
But with players of this calibre, if you leave the balls far apart, you can expect them. Hope they'll miss once.
Yep.
Hope they'll miss twice, but they certainly won't miss 3 times.
Well, to be fair to Joanne, to be fair to Joanne, Rosie has missed quite a few ones that she would have been expecting to get. So she might have just pushed her luck one more time. Looks like a nice line for a rush. Bit of a cut rush to hoop one, but pretty good.
As long as yellow keeps out of the way.
Yeah.
It's that horrible situation I find where my red rush would hit yellow. Nice shot.
That's a great shot. The Magpie's about to go to where he thinks the ball should end up as. Yeah, even though red's gone a little bit past the hoop, it's on the south side of it, and you certainly don't want to be short. So.
Right. Now we're trying now to put red 5, 6 yards behind. Oh, hoop.
Yeah, possibly more. Possibly. She just wants to get this blue. It's a straight run and push it up. Yeah, that's a good shot. Even though red's gone a lot further than what we were thinking, I think it gives Rosie a free swing with a less angled hoop than she's been faced with yet, and she can put a bit of oomph into it and should have a return roquet. Yeah, and that's good. That's good control.
Yeah.
She even controlled that more than I thought she would, but that's absolutely perfect. Now she's got a nice consolidation. Now she can give red a good thump past the yellow ball.
Well, having the pivot there gave Rosie a lot of options, didn't it? Having it closer to the centre rather than in line with the next.
Yeah. No. Oh, well, that's not new. It could. Well, we may have been having an infield cannon looking at that, haven't we? Or a bit of a rarity.
Group of 3 balls.
I
They're
don't
not
know.
touching now.
She's saying
but
they're
they
not
did.
touching. Yeah.
No, they didn't touch either.
Okay, so this needs a little bit of delicacy to get the best benefit out of the yellow ball.
Well, she could do almost a cannon shot, but what would you do here, Pete?
I would just chipping that red out. You're looking for the nicest rush you can on yellow to put it back past the black ball, so that she's got enough room to load hoop 3. You don't want to get too cute. You just want to.
Okay. So she's not going to be able to rush yellow across, is she?
No, it's a difficult angle, so she might be cut rushing this up towards.
Yes, it's always.
Oh no, she had enough room. It's all good. It's a good spot.
I don't think she intended to hit red, but red didn't seem to worry it. Now that's been a good outcome.
Yeah, still some work there. It's it did take enough sting out of it, that red ball, I think, Stephen, because she would have preferred to have been up on the north boundary.
Right, yeah.
So she has to. A couple of good shots still to play. It's how greedy you want to play a hoop approach, sending black to hoop 3 and holding hoop running position at two. Yeah, she's been a bit edgy on a few things up to this point. It's possibly one that you don't want to be too greedy. Just build the break with a series of medium shots.
Well, that's probably good advice for players. Don't be too greedy.
Yep.
Make everything a bit better each time.
Yep.
Doesn't have to be
Guarantee
perfect.
this hoop, and then just rely on a good rush to hoop 3.
Yeah.
With the 2 balls. It's a good approach, I think, what she's playing here.
Well, she'll have 2 balls together, which is
Yep.
good as having a fine unit.
Just getting some control.
That should be a runnable hoop.
All the way through, can't focus. Come on.
So now she goes across to hoop 3 with yellow, or is she going to?
I think no. I think she's played the line of play of just been very tight, and she may rush this black to the red ball, or she has a little bit. And if she pushes a bit fast, she'll take the rush on the black ball to hoop 3. Yeah, and she's keeping the same line of play. It's all good.
Yep. But you can see how the balls are getting a little bit better now.
She's had options each time what
Yeah.
line of play they're good, so it's good control. And that's I think she needed those couple of hoops of smooth swings and
Yes,
build the break.
That's what you notice with the good players. They always have options. If one thing doesn't work,
Well,
there's
yeah.
another way of doing it.
Sometimes that falls into place, and sometimes
Yeah.
you do have to plan it out.
Yeah.
Well, you've been playing here a lot of years as well, Stephen, even though you're mostly at the Camaret Club. The
Yes.
lawns are looking exceptionally good.
Mosman's done a lot of work. I mean, I remember 4 or 5 years ago, I sprained my wrist just playing here because they were so long. But the last couple of years have been cut shorter. And this time the lawn renovation has taken out all the bumps, even on lawns 3 and 4.
Oh, fantastic.
We're playing on 4 today, so it's a great credit to Tourney and his lawns team. And the Tony's the member of Mosman, and then of course they have a greenkeeper here who takes pride in the work he does.
It's a great shot from Rosie. So she's got into her work. And the sun, when are you getting the sun to arrive today, Steve? It's just a bit cool after yesterday.
Yes. I thought it was about 11:30.
Oh, good. Okay.
I'm not quite sure I'm going to be able to achieve it today like I did yesterday. But we can still see the water from here, middle of the harbour, and haven't seen a Manly ferry cross yet.
I don't want to put the mocker on Rosie yet, but she's got really, that cut on black was an excellent shot, and she's got really full control now of the lawn and the break ahead.
Yes.
So it's only going to take a small error to put this break down, so hopefully she can hold this on to 4 back.
But it's a good example of how to use rushes to get your ball into the right spots. So it's all about rushing your ball to where you can do an easy croquet shot, not just tapping and then doing a big roll. I try and tell players that if a big roll's the answer, what was the question? I mean, sometimes you have to do it at the start of the game, but after that, you should be looking at rushes and nice small croquet shots, takeoffs or drives. So there's still a bit of distance in this shot to get behind red.
Yeah, it's good. You don't have to focus on the front ball at all, really, where it, holds up. You're just looking for this blue on the line. And that's a narrow line she's gone to the red, but she's got away with it. It's cuttable over to hoop 4.
Yeah. Nice cut, but it's gone a bit far.
It's a nice position though. It's a short side bound. You're loading this towards the self boundary, and you can power through the hoop run to the self boundary. And so it's a safe roll.
More than 2, but less than 3 yards out, and she can. This is a shot she probably practices a lot.
Yes.
And all that practice has paid off.
Well,
Is it?
a bit of angle that you're not really wanting at this stage, but red's nice though if you cleanly get through this down to the bottom boundary. Yeah,
Through.
perfect.
Yeah.
Nice shot.
So what do you advise players to do about practice versus play?
Practice versus play.
Play
So-
once a week and practice 4 times a week, or play 4 times a week and practice once?
I'll wait till Rosie plays her shot. She's just given a bit of thinking, but she has some options. I think she needs to probably rush this so she can load 6 and go to red, black, rushing to yellow. But no, she's cut it instead. But I think an association player, yes, you certainly need to put some practice into honing the skills in equal time with croquet strokes and single ball strokes. But once the skills are kind of making sense and you're getting to how you think you might play most of those shots for a while, then it's all about making breaks and lawn ball movement in your practice. Certainly watching other players going about their craft of ball movement, asking questions, and being always willing to change and fix things up in the ball movement so it's, you have a more consistent rate of making the breaks right round. And at some time you're obviously going to always have to work on your skills as well. But I think the changeover comes once you do have those skills working well, is putting your energy into ball movement, making the breaks tighter, learning the leaves, so you get the good leave after the break and the right leave for the right occasion of what the clips are. So it's a learning process.
There always seems to be something that creeps into your game. Once you've got all your skills right,
Yep.
something always seems to creep back in. You start to grab the mallet a bit too tight or something.
Yep. Well, yeah.
For us lesser players.
Well, the third little bit is always then when it comes to competition is your game management and your handling of the pressure and all those other bits, so that your skills do hold up with that little added extra that you're putting on yourself or the occasion. Certainly for some players that have not newish to the game, but looking for that extra bit of possible, what can I do better in the break or make my breaks tighter in that. The trend of playing doubles as alternate stroke, I think, is one of the ones that are undervalued, that if you can get a better player to make breaks with you and you're playing it as alternate stroke, I think it's a really fast learning curve process for a lot of players.
I think it's a wonderful game for new players to do. It's a great way to teach them how the game is put together. So alternate strokes, of course, is where you play and then your partner plays alternately in the one turn. So for a beginner player, it gets over that situation where he does forever doing poor shots and maybe after 2 hours you make two hoops and your opponent makes one. So Rosie's now going for hoop 6, which means that she'll draw level on scores, but our cameramen always are interested in the score, and we keep on trying to explain to them that the score only matters at the end of the game.
Break.
Yeah. So even though Joanne was 6 ahead when Rosie started this break, it's not going to matter now because Rosie wants to get a break of 9.
We haven't been discussing much croquet, myself and Rosie, and on association, but Joanne is hoop 3 and 3.
Oh, so she's only 4, not 6, yeah.
So Rosie hopefully is thinking, okay, what's the best leave I can get out of the situation? And it's possibly keeping all the balls over onto this west side. So a bit of a reverse diagonal or a reverse cross peg, I think, is really powerful. That if she can muster a reverse diagonal spread, cross peg would be very, very good.
Okay, so now the score is 6-4 for the benefit of people who like to know.
Yes.
Oh, that just made it. So do we have the score on the telecast?
We have, I'm pretty sure Ben's got 4 up for Joanne. Red's on 3 and yellow's on 3.
Yep.
I'm not sure we're rolling Rosie's score here with the blue ball, and we will do that when she completes the break or drops the break somewhere.
So Rosie's now got her opponent's ball at hoop 2 back, which is hoop 8.
Yes, which is handy, as long as it's not your... as long as you're not making free back off your partner, she should have full control of what leave she chooses.
So why don't you want to make 3 back off the partner?
Because you really want your... After you ran free back, you really want to be using your partner as the third ball of the 3 croquet shots you have in front of you. You don't really want to have to be making the first shot after you run free back with partner. So it just makes you leave, chances of being better more often.
So you want to set your opponent's ball in the leave, and then you can
Yes,
choose
yep.
where to put your...
Your ones as the very
partner
last
ball.
shot of the
Advantage.
things.
So
And
this is why Rosie's now got it so that she'll make hoop 1 back off red, and then be able to put red over to 3 back.
yes,
Make hoop
yep.
3 back.
And while she'll have to give Joanne the full respect of this game, that Joanne being on 3 and 3, a diagonal spread will be fine for Rosie if she achieves a good diagonal spread. But you're thinking forward of all your opponents, and she does have some tough matches after this one. So getting work on your leaves right, so when she does play Alison, of getting the right leaf at the right time, and I think making sure she ends up on the west boundary at the end of it, and if she could achieve the cross wiring at the peg is really quite, it's a good time because she's good at leaves, and so it's just been, but she had a bit of a shaky start, so she may be thinking just hold on to this break, get around and take the best leave I can get out of it. It's a good time to have a pause and think about what she's going to try to get out of it.
And I noticed that Rosie put her red ball across to the, I always get confused, to the west of the lawn, so that now she can do a bit of an angled drive, but she can get the ratios right. So there's blue, red's in a good enough position. Yeah, she probably had too much of an angle on the mallet. She would have, but she's got a wonderful pioneer here, yellow at 2 back. So where would she put black now?
I think I'm taking off this towards the peg, going to yellow. She's playing this a bit of a role, putting it between hoop 5 and closer to hoop 5 than hoop 1, but in that little wee spot's handy enough. But that's showing to me that she is just playing a diagonal spread. So black's not a bad spot. It means if you don't get a rush out of 2 back, you can put yellow towards the peg and control black going over towards 3 back and keep the break tight.
Okay. Now she get the position to get. Doesn't want to go too far through. Let's just be able to tap yellow.
Yeah, nice control. And black again now is a useful ball for whatever she came out of that hoop at, so it's a good spot.
Good. So yellow is going to go back to the peg.
Yep. As red short of free back, she needs a rush on this. More important probably to get the rush on the black to the red is the right spot to be able to make sure she controls hoop 3 quite well. She's got a good stop shot, Rosie, and sometimes it goes, yeah, I like that one, just pushes a little bit far.
So why didn't she just try and rush black across to 3 back?
Same thing. You don't want to make free back with your partner. You know?
Right.
You do want black up towards the peg as the escape ball setting the leave.
But you can see now the advantage is she's got her two black and yellow near the peg preparing for that leave.
Ultimately, they are self of the peg. They're not. She's pushed them both past, but it's all fixable and workable. That's tricky little position she's in. I mean, she's got a delicate takeoff, but I kind of like to keep red right and take the control of the hoop run out when you have to do a takeoff from behind the hoop. Get in a position that you can run the hoop and more or less rush the red on the same shot. Don't.
Well, she's probably not going to get a good rush on red. That's
No, but you might as well take this as the rush. Make the hoop run and a rush at the same time in this situation.
Oof.
Should we? Yeah. A bit grumpy of that, I think. It was a good break, controlled break. She dug it out, held onto it well, and then just a little slip there at the last two.
Well, it gives some comfort to those of us who occasionally make, or more than occasionally make mistakes, that anyone can make a mistake and that every shot deserves the attention of the same amount of attention. So Joanne should be pretty happy with this.
Yeah, always a bonus not to have to hit a 13+ yard lift shot.
So we put the 8 score down for...
We do. We put blue ball as 8.
So Joanne should be trying to do what with these 2 balls?
Well, she's 4 hoop 3, isn't she? So she's been off the lawn for a little bit. So just a tickle on the yellow ball and getting the straight and cleanest rush to hoop 3 would be a good start. And then just take it from there. She's tonked the yellow a little bit past the black, so she has to give a bit of forward on the takeoff. Not difficult, but it's...
So tonk's a technical term?
Yeah, right up there with an association croquet only.
Right up there with tickle.
Yeah.
So trying to get it take off now to get the rush, which she's got.
It looks pretty good.
Yep.
Yep. Just reducing the pressure on each of the first few shots on the lawn, because the break's there ahead of her. As long as she's clean getting through this hoop, and she's done that very well.
So this should be just a nice little, well, technically you call it a drive, but nice in front of the hoop. The AC players like these short shots for a hoop. Oh, this is an uncomfortable distance for a lot of us.
No, not for Joanne.
No.
She's shown us so far this first hour and a bit. She's been exceptionally good at hitting the middle of the ball from various distances.
And she hits it again.
Yeah.
Now, what's the shot here? Does she do? Puts black across.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking at the lawn. I'm only looking at the screen at the moment, Steve. But
No, she looks like she's going to put
across to yellow, but put black in a pivot position to make hoop 6. And did she touch?
I think she's just short of
I
it.
think she didn't touch. I didn't see the ball move. Interesting thing for GC players to note, if there was a double tap here, it doesn't count under the rules of AC, because if you have a double tap in a Croquet, it's excluded, because essentially as soon as you hit the ball, it's a ball in hand. Anyway, it's a specific exclusion in the rules. I think it's Rule 29 is false. Yes, it's in Rule 29. So, blue's behind the hoop, which is not exactly what we want, but
No, and this is one's had a bit of movement around this hoop, so the takeoff again needs a bit of maybe a little bit of lawn reading.
so it's important to get in front of the hoop, even if that sacrifices a bit of distance.
Yeah, 100%, Steve. Get a straight hoop here, and if need be, just run it to the boundary. It looks pretty good, doesn't it?
Yeah. Must be a bit of a different angle. I would have done the ball from the red from the other side. I like to put it on the outside of the V.
Oh yeah, myself very much so, but cope with that well.
And she's through. Nothing at hoop 5 yet. But the idea is to use the rushes to get the balls into a position. So she wants to get... Now she's going to have to get a bit of a rush from blue.
Yeah. Just good clean contact, I think, is what she wants. It's a good shot.
A little bit of bad luck would have been if she'd gone into the hoop. It was fairly close, but now she's going to have to do one of those big rolls to get blue down to hoop 6 and red behind black. Probably wanted a little bit more depth on that one.
Yeah, she has yellow to work with, and she's got a few more lives left.
Right. So now she's going to have to do a takeoff to behind yellow, so she can rush yellow to hoop 5. So the lawn getting slowly under control.
Yeah. Nice shot. Not bad little cut right into the hoop.
A little bit short.
Yeah, even the shot before that was a little bit short as well. The rush on the black ball to give the takeoff line was just a little bit short.
So how far behind the hoop should she be aiming? A foot, 2 foot?
Yeah, probably 1.5 to 2 feet. Yeah, straight is what you're looking for. You don't want to have to control this hoop. You do have a couple of balls up there if it runs a bit far. So.
Well, it's the zone of opportunity, but straight is much better than angle.
If the break's been rolling all right and you've ran a few hoops with control, then all good. But she's played that very well. There was a bit of deceleration on the mallet, but it was just enough straight enough that she coasted through easily.
Okay. So do you like to set up two back, the Pioneer at two back after you go through 5? Or?
Sometimes for some leaves it's good. I don't look for it. I prefer taking all the balls forward, but there's certainly traits of other players, certainly South Australian players, they'll go out of their way to put their partner to two back, which what Joanne has got here.
Yeah.
And that fell into Joanne's hands by doing that, so she must take advantage of it, I think, because the black and blue balls are good for hoop sits and loading one back. I think it's a good skill to be able to do both ways, Stephen.
Yes, I always find I break down after I do that. I need a pivot, and my shots aren't good enough to do that otherwise. But is blue a bit short for?
Yep,
back?
Blue's a bit short.
I wouldn't have batted if you had a pivot. Nice and easy.
But no, she's all under control. Shorter shoot runs. They're all been straight up to this point.
I thought that might be the commentator's curse, but luckily she overcame that.
You know, and she hasn't got black too far to head up to be able to get a nice position on blue, back to one back.
So what's she going to do with black?
Not sure. She looks like she's pushing it down between one back, two back, isn't she?
So she'll put black down as her pivot.
Yeah, she's
for the next hoop. Okay, so if she gets through one back, she can then put blue down to three back as the Pioneer.
all good.
Yep. Oh, looking much better now, isn't it?
Yeah. And this has come off from the Rosie not getting through free back, so Joanne's done what she's meant to do, punish the opponent. If the ball's nice and close together at the start of the turn.
Nicely through. And now she'll roquet blue. And with her croquet shot, put blue up to three back. Get behind black. So she should be starting to think about a lead now, shouldn't she?
Yes, yep, pretty much. Well, it makes it a little bit easier when Rosie's around on free back with one ball. You don't really want to give Rosie playing with, I can't remember which one Rosie has on free back, but she would like to shape the leave that it's less favourable for one ball to be picked up than the other.
So I've noticed in this competition, diagonal spread leaves has been quite popular.
Yeah, it's the skill you learn of making a leave after a break, and it's going to hold you up for 90% of your games at the right time to be able to put a good diagonal spread in. Obviously, when opposition clips are slightly different to than some situations, you might have to make a few adjustments and make different leaves. But I think with Joanne, again, Joanne's for hoop 3 with her yellow ball. So again, having everything over on the east side would be a good achievement if Joanne can do that on the leave.
think she put the ball over to the yellow ball over to the west.
I'm not sure, Steve, but it's a bit of a camera thing. There's an Alan Walsh line of play.
Right. So I suppose she wants to get yellow over to
Yeah.
near the peg, and
I think it's a nice time for her to be doing it. It's given her a nice track on these balls.
yes, keeps it nice and
Yeah.
straight in terms of going to the peg and getting behind black.
Yep.
And she'd be aiming to rush black over to
How well
boundary.
was hoop 3 backloaded?
hoop 3.
Free back,
Oh.
sorry.
It's
yeah.
It's once she hits
Oh, no,
blue,
that-
she's fine. That's
yeah.
what I would have done.
Yeah,
Put it to
and-
the boundary, so
put
now
black,
she can
yeah.
put black
I
back
mean-
to the peg.
To be, a bit picky, you rushing that 3 and a bit yards away from the blue and putting it really tightly back up to the good position you want when you're setting your leave rather than
Yeah.
all the way to the boundary. I mean, you just got to control things a little bit more. But she's in full control. And she's
Well, Joanne seems to be a bit of a hard hitter.
oh,
When
yeah,
She hits those balls
Yeah.
centre, but I think
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
part of the way she plays. If she goes softer, she might not have the accuracy that she has.
Yeah, no.
Where she's come out. Look at that.
No, that's
see?
right, Steve.
Black's in the right
That
spot.
is her best shot when she puts a bit of power into it. And
No, it's heartbreaking when
Right.
you play her like that. You think, oh, she's got to miss this one. But she doesn't. So what's she thinking now?
I'm not sure. She didn't look too happy where black went. I didn't see the final position, so she just might be contemplating how she best handles what happens after free back.
Well, black really isn't in a position where it's got somewhere that you can use it for a
Yeah.
diagonal spread.
Spread, right.
She's going to have to move both blue and black, isn't
Yeah.
she?
Yep.
Quite a bit. She's through. Now it's all about the leave. So why doesn't she go and make one more hoop, Pete?
That's going to be a contact for Rosie if she does that. Certainly in some games, giving contact's not a bad option, especially if time's getting down or.
So you can do a leave for a contact leave.
You can.
And if you can do that well, it's just as good as doing a normal leave.
No. I mean, you want to make your opponent hit to earn the balls. If the situation in this game, what the clips are and the time left is, Joanne's doing the right thing by possibly not giving contact. And you need to be doing a little bit of practice and thought into what happens after contact if you end up getting pegged out because of it. So your 2v1 stuff has to be,
So that's the major
Work.
point, really. Is that
Yeah.
once you go past hoop 4 back, there's only 2 more hoops or 1 more
Yeah,
hoop that you can get.
yeah.
Well, and if you run the risk then of your opponent peeling your ball through and then pegging you out.
Well, yeah, I think if you're making contact, you're really going to the peg or stopping a rover or something. So you're always under the threat of being pegged out by doing it. But a lot of times time dictates that's the right line of play is to give the contact.
No, sometimes I think if you're playing a good player who's good at triple peels, you might as well
Well,
go the way to the
yep,
peg and
yep,
wait for one
yep.
mistake.
Yep. No, there's a line of thought there.
Okay, so she's got... Oh, okay, so this is a diagonal spread. But a reverse one, really, because the next ball is... the yellow ball is, of course, on hoop 3. Wow, this has ended up quite good for her. I can't quite see if blue and black are wide, but there's still a lot of distance there. So what's Rosie thinking?
Well, she'd like to pick up the. If Joan pushes us up towards corner 2, I don't think it's a bad thing because that's taken the shot of Rosie taking anything from A balcony and the up in corner 2 out of the equation. It means, which was Rosie's kind of safe lift shot. Rosie will have a few options. I mean, she can lift either ball. If she lifts the one that's the free back, she can make one hoop and a leave without a lift, which is always powerful. She have to consider what Joan can do with either miss that she makes. So you don't want to give Joanne an easy start.
So Rosie's taking her time, looking at all her options.
Yeah. There's a shorter shot here from B-Borg, but it's a dangerous one to miss and give it Joanne the easy bit.
But it's good advice to players to have a look at everything. Sometimes it looks a bit different when you
Survey
walk
the lawn.
over there.
This is your important one. You know, it's an association player. Steve, you know, this is the trunk slammer shot. Miss this one, put it in the car and drive home. So it's,
So we'll see. Okay, so she's going to shoot black at.
so she's playing, not taking the lift. She's playing it as it lies, and so it must be a little bit of a target for that to be her choice.
Oh, so you think she had a bit more on the ball to see?
Well, I think it must have looked attractive, the shot. To play from where it was.
So a shot from B-Ball could have just had one ball.
Yeah, and any doubles generally at that distance is definitely the right shot.
Wow, it's amazing how it changes from that missed shot at 3 back, where Rosie would look like she was going to be able to go through and settle nicely.
Yeah, you're in control and it changed very quick.
Yeah. So should Joanne be aiming just to make 3 off red, or should she be trying to send red over to blue and rush blue back?
How well was where is blue towards 3, Steve?
Oh, blue's not a bad pioneer for hoop 4. Oh, and for it's 2 or 3 yards on the way to hoop 3.
It's
It's rushable. Oh, but I think
rushing to hoop 3 across ways is sometimes a bit fraught. So rushing to this ball and loading, making hoop 4 better, and rushing straight up to hoop 3 is always quite good.
Keeping your game straight is important, isn't it?
You don't want those sideway hoop approaches in too much. So rushing from west boundary to hoop 3 means you've got to get it right. Otherwise, you're always coming to a hoop approach from a side position.
Well, I've had too many cups of tea this morning, so I'm taking a short walk.
All good. So, a couple of little critical shots here for Joanne, but if she can get this takeoff on the money and then give herself a good rush up to hoop 3, she's a good chance of putting another break in on Rosie. good power, so she's going to have not a bad place to be rolling in from for hoop free.
Over on Benny's back as well, and
And Benny's
she's
back.
Rosie's had a lot of green time, hasn't she? A lot of time on the paddock.
Well, she did, but she's handed over to Joanne to take control again, and Joanne has done very well with now keeping Rosie off the lawn by making a break and a reasonable lead that Rosie missed. So there's a very few fine line things are coming up now that if Joanne can get this hoop approach correct and get in front of the hoop, she's probably, in a good, really strong position to close out the match. But it's not an easy hoop approach.
No. Anyone wondering what the background noise is? This fella's hovering straight over the top of us right now. It looks like a news helicopter. We'll maybe putting us on the nightly news for the championships. One can only hope.
And that was a great hoop approach from where she was, and she hasn't got the yellow through, so it handed it back to Rosie. But it's still a bit of distance. It's a bit deceptive on the camera there, but it is a good 6.5, 7 yards, that blue to yellow. So Rosie's turning it down and going back to partner, get a bit of consolidation and don't hand it straight back to Joanne.
Long shot. Oof.
Yeah, a little bit of safety in it as well, though. She's her partner. She's going back to a bit, but it's by taking the longer shot means you're giving Joanne another shot. Joanne's been very solid on the Roquet, so something you don't want to do.
Oh, a little breeze picking up too. You can just hear it over the microphones. It's a chilly breeze.
Yeah.
I can tell I had to run and get my jumper. Where's she gone? I've lost her. Over this way. Back to the red.
Back to red. So she's got red at yellow.
Yeah, long distance.
Long distance, yeah.
A good cricket pitch length. Oh, shot.
And in the middle. A fantastic shot from Joanne.
That's a long distance to hit that dead straight like that and
Yeah.
clunk it right in the middle. That's very impressive.
And I'm not sure what option Joan will take, but obviously she's got now control of setting up for her next turn and putting some pressure on Rosie to hit, or watch me make a next break. So, she's got about a 4.5 yarder on the blue ball, which for Joanne is not difficult.
Yeah, she's absolutely remarkable on those shots. She is. Haven't seen her miss one all day, actually, I don't think.
No, she hasn't. She hasn't slipped past anything. And, how greedy you want to get on this leave. She can blue ball is for 3 back, and black's the one that's still on 1. She needs to put pressure on the... Oh, she's playing. Okay. So if she's putting...
Oof. Oh.
Oh, no, that's, yeah, that's not in the plan, so she'll change it. But,
So, very difficult to... Well, black's just in a bad position. Can you explain that one to me? It looks like from here, the camera angle is a bit deceptive. I think I'll see if we can find it a bit better. Maybe with that camera.
yeah, she can't put it as many places as she would have liked to. She was looking probably to put black down to the east of hoop 4 or south of hoop 4.
That's it, but it's ended up in the jaws almost.
Yeah, so she can only go east or west, and it's not going to be as long a shot as what she could have been giving Rosie, but, you know, it's just one of the little randomness of the ball hitting the hoop. Oh, she's got that out a fair way. That's
Yeah,
good.
went a long way.
Yeah. This one here, when she retires to the yellow ball, she just doesn't want to give any hint of a double for black if it is to choose to shoot at them. Then here we got Steve back.
Well, it's all been happening while I've been away.
Well, Joanne had a really good long roquet. It's taken off to Rosie's ball and was setting a bit of a lead for hoop.
Interesting. So Joanne didn't try to leave a rush for yellow on red? I suppose she'll hope to.
Well, no, how she played it, she was making sure she was getting black down towards hoop 4, I think, and then was going to retire back. But
I suppose if she left a rush, she would have left it a bit closer for Rosie, but Rosie's going to go for blue anyway.
I'm not sure if the yellow is a boundary ball as well. If she's got a straight rush over the corner too or not.
No, yellow's in.
Okay.
2 yards in. So I suppose Joanne will play yellow to red and then take off to black. Lower or higher handicap players would just try and do a roll and make hoop 3. And hope that the opponent would miss black and blue, but at this level, black and blue are very roqueable on each other. And as we said early on, it's all about making a break, not about making a hoop. That's what I tell my beginners. It's all about learning how to make 3 hoops, not 1. Because once you make 3, you can make 6. And once you make 6, you can make 9.
Well, it's a nice angle and it's a nice amount of room between black and blue, so it's just one good croquet stroke from Joanne needed.
It still needs to be a pretty good stroke.
Yeah, just getting black on the line towards 4 and just not being too greedy on the yellow-blue, but just holding it back a yard and a bit. That's pretty good, isn't it?
I'd be very happy with that.
Yeah.
So she's got a pretty good rush to
Yeah.
Still a bit of work to make the hoop off blue.
you think Joan will be feeling a bit nervous now?
Yes, I think most players, you're always, rolling in from these hoops on the side and having all the balls, that if you do miss the hoop, that blue can take advantage of. It makes you always a little bit edgy.
So Joanne did more of a drive than a roll.
Yeah.
Is there an advantage to that?
Myself think so. I like being able to play that shot without much angle in the mallet and controllable with a drive where you know it's going to end up.
Yeah, there's less happening when you do a drive, isn't there?
Yeah.
There's things to go wrong.
Focusing on that back ball, not worried about how far forward that front ball's really going.
Okay, so now it's starting to look a lot better. So you can see the advantage of not trying to make the hoop yellow off red, to going over and getting the rush, the rushes and the drive. And now the balls are set up pretty well, as red will come across to hoop 5 and a rush. Yellow and blue, don't be nasty. Oh, I think they touched. Just a couple of millimetres makes a big difference. Yep. So this should be a thick takeoff. A very usable shot, a thick takeoff, isn't it?
It is, but I wouldn't be playing it thick. I'd be controlling just the yellow and black is really important, but
as you can see now,
make hoop 4 and then deal with the load to hoop 6. Don't want to try to achieve two things there.
One thing's enough with the ball?
You got to get that rush to the hoop. I mean, she has, but it's an added bit you added to it.
Yep. So a little takeoff now to in front of the hoop. Ooh, that's pretty angled now. I think this is a bit. Would you go for the hoop or?
I'm on a bad angle where I'm sitting, Steve.
Sorry, it's not quite 45 degrees. It's probably 40 or 35.
She might not have many options not to go for it. She made her mind up very quickly, so she's confident she can run the hoop.
Well, she didn't. So
She didn't.
But that's the trouble, I think. You often get nervous, and quick doesn't mean confidence. It means get it over and done with.
A quick player. Now and then she has a pause I think she'd like that turn again with the balls where they were. And
I would have tried to jump it. You think a jump's a better option when it's
at 40 degrees?
Yeah. It was certainly more than 30 degrees.
Yeah. Otherwise, I
know
the pace of the shot's important.
Rosie says if it's jumpable, it's runnable. So, but I think jumping seems to get a better result.
Yeah. 3 and 11 sixteenths and a little bit under. So, generally, hopefully the higher part of the hoop is a little bit wider and you can jump into that top of the leg and let it spin through. But, if you're not playing that shot as a lot, then you don't really want to change up what you have been doing.
So the hoops are set at 3 and 11 sixteenths with a downward tolerance of 30 seconds, so they're reasonably tight.
But Rosie would be thankful that she got back and she didn't have to hit a Roquet roll, a small one, but she gets an opportunity to take some control back if she can make some mistake.
And she's playing with the right ball, so.
Yeah. And again, this one is one that there's not many yards between the red and the blue, but you want to get this rush to hoop 1 with the least amount of effort into it, that you can just rush it directly below the self of hoop 1. You don't want to be doing too much of red. And I hope if she's just taking a tag off, I think it's a good option.
Yep, she's taking your advice. She just tried to get the rush, and which she's now got beautifully, rather than trying to put red across and take the risk that black doesn't end up in the perfect spot. Good. Nice cut. A little bit far, but gee whiz.
Yeah, a bit of power in that. She didn't get the cut, I think, is it? Looking at the line she's raced out at.
Well, if she had the distance, she would have been right a bit shorter. But, I mean, she wanted to be too long. She didn't want to be too short, did she?
No. As I say, we've seen a little bit of movement around the hoops. So the tag-offs to the hoops have been generally the ones that are been, putting the brakes down a bit. So coming from this position's nice. You just want to get the pace right of getting that black rolling towards the hoop.
Okay.
Yeah, a bit longer, a little bit angled, more than she would like, but I like the luxury of having yellow up there, so you don't want to baby this one, you want to put something into it.
These quadways don't like being hit hard, I think.
Well, I'm not sure if that was that hard, was it? She seemed to jump a bit somewhere along the... Maybe that was just jumping when it hit the hoop.
Well, I think these are the new Dawson Mark III balls, and they tend to be a bit jumpy.
Yeah. It's a good point, Stephen. They are new balls as well. So sometimes they take a bit of playing in, and you're not exactly sure what they're going to do.
But there's a fair bit of work for Joanne to do to take advantage of that mistake. See the bouncy ball again? So the pendulum swings back again to Rosie. So black to blue. I think she would come back for yellow after that. Or should she go down to red maybe, Pete, and have a look?
Sorry, just answering a message
Yeah,
there, Steve. But
it's all right. I could see that. But now Rosie's looking at her options. Do we go down and rush red back? So what should players be trying to do? Keep it simple? Keep it short? Now she's rolling to a boundary always. Oh. Now I would have thought she would have tried to go the other side of yellow.
Yeah.
But she can do a load and hold, of course.
She's relying on one good shot. I'm not sure what time they have, but
Probably got half an hour.
she's looking a little bit of desperation and making something happen, even though the scoreline's not as great as amount of what the lawn time Joanne has had. Rosie's only one break of taking control. So you're pulling a fair bit into this line of play coming off.
This is a sort of shot you should be practicing, isn't it?
Yeah. Well, as for those desperation points in time.
Well, I mean, a load and hold.
Rosie plays it quite well and plays it a lot because she gets good stop shot distance. So she gets that ball up there And she can really attack with that ball, but that's offline a bit.
Yeah. Quite cruel. So should she just set up black in front of the hoop and ask to be hit?
Yeah, I'm loath to predict what she's doing, what you're saying, because as I say, taking that line of play means I think she's feeling the heat a bit, that she needs to make something happen, and that she's going to take the risks of Joanne missing, which has shown so far that she hasn't been missing. So see what happens.
She's had 2 misses, so she's due for a hit.
Yeah, and the miss isn't valuable. You know, Rosie's not getting much out of the ball if it does miss. So she's still got work to do, Rosie, even with the miss. So it's given Joan a bit of a free shot.
Unless she misses and hits the hoot leg. Was going to miss, so that's all right.
Good shot. Good hit.
Yep. So the issue is going to be the time left.
Yeah, the time's quite important, Steve, because the next player that can get in and make a break, they may not have to give a lift. They may, be able to control the situation, or they can make it go all the way around to the peg or such like, and peg a ball out. So that's what the time's going to be crucial for.
So now yellow's got a nice brush on black over to hoop 4. But that cut didn't quite come off. So now there's a lot of work to make the hoop, but it's still quite doable.
Yeah, we did have a question there. That's was there a possible squeeze to put on Joan there at hoop 1 and 2? As I say, I think Rosie was feeling a little bit of desperation that she had to make something happen and not have to give Joan another shot.
Well, nice and in front. That was a pretty good result there for Joanne.
Yeah, that's a great hoop approach.
Yeah. Oh yes, that was good.
Yeah, good run.
Right, so now Joanne's on the way. So this could be a game-winning turn.
Do you know what time they started this game, Steve?
I would have thought about 10 past. They've probably got about 20 minutes left.
Okay.
If someone around here could let us know, that would be good.
So there we go. Steve's gone and checked the time. 24 minutes left, so plenty of time. Plenty of time for both players to. Well, if Joan can hold on to this break, that's big. Yeah.
Still 24 minutes to go.
Yeah.
So there's a lot that can happen. So 24 minutes, I'll be finishing at 11:15. Then the next game is
Joanne plays Alison.
Alison Sharp. Okay, well set up to make hoop 5. Nicely done. Such easy shots to miss those ones. You're not playing too hard, so sometimes the ball can roll off, but nice clean hit. Nice and through. And we can see the lawn's pretty well set up. No real pivot, but those two balls down level with the lawn, so that gives Joanne a lot of control.
Yeah, no, I think you'd be pretty happy if, even though they're not that tight of a position, Stephen, yeah, safely through hoop 5, and the balls aren't, aren't bad. And it's not bad weight of the mallet. Blues, yeah, it's a pretty good shot. Yeah, it's more than a good shot. It's a great shot. She's got that controllable rush.
So she puts black back a bit, to be a pivot for the next hoop. Get behind red, rush that across. And every shot just becomes a bit easier. A little bit short, but that's a quibble really, because this is an easy enough shot to set up. Okay, so Joanne's got a hoop 6. Oh, she's going to need an umpire, so referee Michael Strickland.
Yeah, I think black's open, easy for
I thought it
yellow,
was,
isn't
yes.
Yeah.
So it's a good lesson when you go through a hoop and you think, oh, I'm hampered on that shot. Have a look around. There's often another ball.
Yep.
And it's usually a mistake to choose a hampered shot over a clear shot.
But it makes life, she's got to brush this red into a good position where she can load one back and hold position for
But she's still got a long
the
way
ball
back
at
to the
2
blue.
back. Yeah, so it's whatever Joanne's ratio is, it's up on this north boundary.
Okay, so she's going
Fairly straight. Yeah,
Okay.
she's given herself plenty of room. That's good.
So you can see she's always approaching the hoop from the top side. So do you like to put the Pioneer behind hoop 1 back or in front?
It's got to be north of one
north,
back. Sorry.
North.
Yeah,
where it is now, it's
yeah.
north. I always like to have a bit
not an ideal thing. I think east and level with one back's not a bad position, but you don't want it too far north one back. Because for these reasons that you may have to load 2 back and control things. So
Well, that was a good shot there. I mean, a lot of people try and remember or forget that it's the striker ball you want to get in the right position. Don't worry about your croquet ball too much. You can always fix that up.
no, she's got all the balls in nice and tight. So she's done extremely well to have the break really under control only after a few hoops. It's kind of simple now that she doesn't really have to think of the leave for a few more hoops. It's just holding this break really tight. She's going around to the peg, and then you're going to be looking at the clock, and you're going to be making a decision. Well, do I need to make this an attacking leave? Or do I need to make a bit of a dry leave that if Rosie does hit, it's going to be difficult for her to get any break out of it? Or is the time suitable that I peg a ball out? So she's got some options. But at the moment now, for the next 10 odd minutes, or maybe a bit longer, just concentrating on keeping this break as tight as she can.
That's certainly what she wanted. So Joanne's aim will be to take this break all the way around to the peg.
Yes, and make it least attractive for Rosie to pick up the black ball. So that if Rosie does want to play black ball, Joanne's got the easiest finish she can from 4 back to the peg. Yeah. The same, playing this hoop as pulling the ball out to the west. This seems to be Joanne's favoured line of attack for these breaks, and she'll rush this red out to the west boundary and put it to 4 back, coming up behind the black.
Good.
I mean, she hasn't gone out, so she's got a 5-yard one. That's for what Joanne's been hitting like. It's not a problem. It's a nice strike. I mean, she's got a couple of good shots still to play to keep the break tight. So she needs to get this rush on the black as the. I wouldn't be worried about what happens to red at all, but just get this rush on the black to the right position that you can load 4 back while controlling 3 back. Good job.
Well, blue's in such a good spot on 3 back, so it doesn't really matter too much. Although of course she wants to load 4 back. It's good.
Yeah, another excellent shot. That's really good. Yeah.
So now she'll put black down to 4 back.
It's a nice angle that you're playing this from. That the ball's naturally going to drift it towards the hoop while you're going across to the blue.
People talk about pull a lot. Is it really that important?
Brand new balls like this, Steve, yeah, you're probably aiming that a good 1.5 yards to the right of the hoop, and it's going to drag across.
By how much?
With the 1.5 yards, then I think you're aiming that. They're all different. The lawn and the condition of the balls will all make it slightly different. That one there, she could have pushed the ball up a lot further because you don't really want to be hitting it towards the hoop too much from pushing that one up a bit more than that.
Good shot. Oof. That was very close to a miss, wasn't it?
I think she's got a few things in her mind, wondering, you know, am I going over to the...
Yes. What am I going to do after
Am I
this
going
shot?
to red ball or am I going rolling straight to
Yeah.
black ball? Those type of things. Causes those little iffies.
It's always better to use more balls, isn't it? than this?
Yeah, for a couple of reasons this time, I think, Stephen, because it kind of, you know, the break was a lot tighter than this at Hooper so ago, so it gives you a chance to tighten things up again. And I think time's quite important, that if she is going to the peg and setting a leave, by using all the balls, I think, you know, on each hoop now, even if she doesn't need to, is valuable for her. That,
Well, there's only 12 minutes to go.
yeah, so I think it's a good move to go to the red. That's another good takeoff with a dead straight rush to the hoop.
So this is the second ball. So if Joanne goes through 4 back, even though she's gone through 1 back, she only gives away a contact leave, which he's already given away anyway. So no problem going through 1 back and 4 back in the same turn on the second turn. Woof. Commentator's curse. Okay.
Tougher than she thinks.
It's-
No, well, it's not.
it didn't get
as
through.
She thinks so. Okay. Now reprieve.
That wasn't a hard hoop.
Was Rosie looking at the clock?
Well, Rosie knows that she just goes round. She's
Yeah, but if you can
Yeah.
make that one hoop, I think it's possibly good without a lift to consider. I don't know. Looks a lot clearer when you stand up and see the whole lawn. So
Yeah,
yeah, she's
yeah.
got an easy shot for black.
well, those legs can still get in the way. You never know. But it's not a full ball she's got.
Yeah, no,
but
that's good.
that's the full ball she hit.
So yeah, equation's pretty simple for Rosie. Is make this break to the peg and take a ball off, and
Yeah.
yeah,
Well,
you know, you
it's
can-
all there for Rosie to win or for Rosie to lose.
But even getting a ball off and giving Joan a lift, it gives Joan a chance to do something. Well, it's added some excitement for the last 10 odd minutes of the game,
Yeah.
Stephen.
It just shows it's never over till it's over. So it is important to keep in the moment and not give up. Look at that, golly. That's a good time to bring out a perfect shot like that. Now, yellow's not exactly where Rosie would want it to be, but of course it's important to get the striker ball in the right spot.
She can rush this one a few yards past the red ball and put a nice straight load up and control. Yeah, that's a good shot.
Yep.
And she doesn't have to be too greedy on how far blue sends as long as it's heading towards. No, she's put it in the middle of court. Okay. I mean, she's relying on. Yeah, it's all good. Oh, no, it's a nicer line going up past the red ball. That's good. Taking the angle out of the shots. I know she's 100% correct what she's doing.
Nice.
It hasn't been rolling for you much of the day in the game, and you get an opportunity. It's still the pressure's on. You still feel like you've got to, you know, it's harder now than what it was before. You just got to hold on to this. Get your mental skills right of processing. It's just do what you've
Well, that'll
practice
do.
and do well.
Now she must be thinking I've been here before.
Oh, yeah. It's one thing is don't leave things short. You know, even though this one maybe just gone a little bit long, it's a lot better than hitting it too soft and having to deal with takeoffs to hoops and such like.
Yeah. So it's always good to approach the hoops from in front, not behind. Not quite straight. It's through.
Through a bit of wire, so she's going to have some hampered stroke out of it, I think, isn't she?
Now she's allowed to
She does
use
have
the hoop leg as a guide if she wants to, but she's not. No, she's got a free swing.
Rosie has one of these.
Oh,
I was going to say she has one of her head on the mallet. She's playing for Hobcock, but it's a 52mm diameter, so they're good for those type of slight hampered shots. But that one slipped by.
looking at the clock, which will tell her you've got 7 minutes to go. Just under. Pretty good shot. So now Joanne's back in control. Dear, it's swung around, hasn't it?
Yeah,
But I suppose it's important that she leaves the lawn in control. So even if she doesn't make the hoop,
no,
she'll still be in control.
there's only the lift is the thing Rosie
So-
may be relying on, even if she makes one hoop. And the leave might be a little bit scattered, but I mean, she may have to scramble and try to make a couple of hoops and get the leave a bit better. But
So she makes this hoop. If Joanne makes this hoop, she gives away a lift.
yeah, that's not a bad hoop approach. She can
No,
run
no, I
that to
think
the
she-
boundary. She'll get the advantage of the rush. Oh.
She should call a ref with a hampered shot, which she does. Off he goes. So Michael Strickland's quite an experienced referee, member of Camaret and also Mosman.
The yellow, when I stood up, the yellow's quite a bit of distance from the hoop. I think it's not quite as difficult. Is it first locked?
Still, it's a shot you should have watched.
Ah, yes, 100%. It should be watched.
As I say to players, because what you really want is, even if you've done a good shot, don't want people saying, "Oh, maybe that wasn't such a good shot. Maybe there was a bit of a bevel or a miss."
Oh,
Any hampered shot.
she got a tickle, did she?
No, No,
No.
it wasn't. Oh my
Oh,
God.
okay.
Yes.
Usually the hand up means that
Yeah.
you've
Oh no, she did tickle it.
Yeah.
Goodness, must have just
Yeah.
Stricko was there,
Yeah,
so he
yeah. It's usually the indicator that you have touched it, giving you a hand in the air.
Yes. Yes, Michael Strickland was just waving to his tennis partners over the fence. He's usually playing tennis here on a Sunday morning after a hearty breakfast.
Okay, bit of pressure on this one as well. It's not the shortest shot you could be
Yep.
faced with. Yep,
Only
nicely
just got
done.
it.
Yeah.
They just have to hit. So the upcoming games, the next one is Alison versus Joanne, which effectively would be for the title if Joanne wins this game. Although even then, if Alison wins, I suppose the last game between Alison and Rosie could affect. But I think Rosie's going to be hard. Alison's
On
going to
points should be a
Rosie's
long
going to
way
be
off.
a long way ahead on net points.
Yep.
So this is a round robin of 9 players. So the winner will be the one who's won the most matches. And if 2 players have won the same number of matches, it goes to net hoops. And then if 2 players run the same number of matches and same net hoops, it will be on their head-to-head game who won that.
What's your guess at time left, Steve?
Oh, about under 2 minutes.
Okay.
So if Joanne's still playing when time goes, she will finish her turn and then Rosie will get one more turn.
It's not the easiest takeoff to do at this stage of the game for 2 minutes. But that's a good shot. It's perfect pace. That's a nice shot.
Let's go and check the time.
Smooth run from Joan.
Time should have gone off by now.
Yep.
Oh, Mr. Strickland is down there with the clock.
Yep.
And time is just gone.
Okay. So Joanne's ideal is to get to the peg and take this yellow off the court, and hopefully the other balls are on the boundary. But the priority is this ball pegged out, or all 4 balls on the boundary. If that's not going to happen. That's a great shot.
So Rosie's probably thinking it's a bit hard from here. She'll have to.
She is. She's probably still willing this yellow ball not to get through the hoop somehow and
Yes,
give
it
herself a chance.
does take.
But if she's
Well, she didn't will hard enough. But that was a good shot under a lot of pressure.
so Joan will be looking for a rush on this red ball to a side boundary or so that she does have to play an hour croquet shot that will leave a ball in the field while she's going to the peg. So it means there's a chance of something happening. It's where she's going to put this red ball going to while she goes to the peg will be important.
Where would you put it, Pete?
Well, pushing herself up to hoop sits isn't bad. It means even if it goes a little bit far, Rosie doesn't really want the short shot on the red ball. She really wants to hit that blue ball first.
Okay. So that's going to peg out.
Yeah, red up to sits I think was better than where it is, because I mean if Rosie does hit blue ball, she's got a nice.
But if she hits blue, it's all over. She can't. She's got to play black.
Yeah, but I mean she hits blue ball first.
Oh, sorry,
I
with
think,
black.
Black is
blue,
the left.
sorry.
Yeah. There's the red ball's a bit of a float there for Rosie to build a free ball break. Odds are against her, of course.
Why is she going down the boundary rather than taking a lift from?
Don't know.
I think this is not a bad boundary, but I find in most lawns boundaries are not always straight. She's gone in a bit to allow for that.
No, but she's probably got a 3 to 4 yard shorter shot here from Mabel. But don't know. She might have done some practice on the lawn and knows the line of the shot. Good shot. Yep, time to hit one if you're going to hit one. The little cut's not bad. Gives her a chance to load hoop free, get in on the red.
But she's still got to get a peel somewhere as well, and she only got 3 balls to play with, so.
She does. Good point, Steve. Yeah. She needs a peel somewhere. And that's a tough assignment with 3 balls on the lawn to first of all hold on to a break and get it started and somehow fit a peel in.
This is a bit too hard. Oh, no. Well, a bit too hard, but she's got a very short distance, so the cut's not as difficult. Of course, as commentators, we can be very critical of shots.
It'll come down to when she gets the break, hopefully, if she can get under control, is when you're looking for that peel. Because you're obviously going to have to put your break at risk a little bit.
But with only 3 balls, every shot has to be spot on, doesn't it?
Yeah. It does have to be spot on. It's more of a mindset that you're up, I know what the task ahead of me is and getting, just uninterrupted and just do it. But it's a lot of free ball breaks can be a bit scrambly and they hold on purely because of the, your mental skills to make the break hold on. But the added requirement of appeal changes it quite a bit.
Nice shot. When should she be thinking about the peel?
I'm possibly thinking she's got to get some control of this break going, and she is making hoop 3 off blue by the look of it now. So I don't think you'll be looking for it before you get into free back itself. And then,
not an issue now.
They're all irrelevant, but bad luck.
Okay, game over.
Yeah, well done, Joanne. Really good win for Joanne. Keeps Joanne contention.
13 and 9 is 22.
Rosie's really going to need things go her way. She needs to have some next 2 clean games, and hopefully it falls.
So that's 22-10.
Yeah.
Oh, 22-9.
22-9, yeah. Very good, well done. We'll come back soonish.
Yep.
Well done, 7P. Great commentary and a great game of croquet we've just seen, and fantastic games. We'll be back in about, I'm not sure actually, shouldn't be too long in between games.
No, it'll be about 11.
About 11 o'clock, so yep, just over 10 minutes. I might just leave the stream running in that case, and we'll, I'll put that back up there. I should say game 2. That's okay. I'll fix that in a second. But congratulations, and thanks very much for joining us in that one. We'll be back in about 10 minutes. We'll see you then.
Hi, so we've joined the second round today against Alison Sharp and Joanne Brown here on Lawn 1 at Mosman, and joining us we have Joanne. So thank you.
It's my pleasure.
Yeah. They've started off just before we've managed to sit down, and Joanne's just put a ball out to the east boundary, pretty standard, and Alison's replied with a tice about 12 yards possibly on the west boundary. Joanne's not hesitating but taking her ball down towards the corner one to take a shot at the ties. And Joanne, you'd be familiar with Alison's play? She's a member of your club?
Alison is a member of our club, yes. We're very fortunate to have her.
Yes.
She's an inspiration.
Oh, yeah, no, she's a very talented player.
And a wonderful person as well.
And extremely generous with her time
Yes,
to help
yeah,
in the
yeah.
game.
Yeah, she's always available. And we follow her religiously.
Yeah, good.
I think she's going to London.
She
in a few
is.
weeks.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and I think it's a rarity for her. She's going to the UK and France, but she's not taking a croquet mallet or playing croquet this time, but all over there.
Oh,
I think it's,
she's going as a tourist.
family and tourism, yes.
Yeah,
the French part's the
Yeah.
tourism, but yeah. That's not to say she doesn't get, got a good shot from Alison.
Wow.
Hoodwinked into playing with someone's mallet over
Oh,
there and doing
bet.
something.
Yeah, exactly.
So good look straight on there of Alison's swing, dead straight and hitting her own ball. But not an easy start after you have hit this ball. Joanne separated on the up corner 2, and still over on the east boundary.
She's always so calm. We were just talking before what a mental sport croquet is. And, you have to be really in the zone when you're playing.
Yeah, very much. And
Oh,
well, that's a nice outcome from that roll, Joan, for Alison.
should we play for that?
Have you got replays on this?
I do. I just sorry. So if you need, I will have missed that one. But,
Okay, no, that's all right. I'll have a look later on that. I'm not sure how she ended up only an inch in front of hoop 1 from that roll. So it either came through the back of the hoop or clipped the leg of the hoop. So it's still a difficult break for Alison to get out, even with that good first hoop. She's going to have to rely on the corner 2 roll, which she's accomplished at, but it's a difficult shot.
Well,
so who do we have?
We have Alison Sharp playing with blue and black, and black has made the first hoop, so it's scored 1, and Joanne Brown with red and yellow.
so I'm more a GC player
Okay.
than an AC player. So what's Alison about to do here?
Well, she's about to hit the yellow ball, which is about
Yeah.
a 4-yarder. But so one's now she's got to roll this 2 hoop 2. So she's putting yellow towards the north boundary and trying to get hoop position at hoop 2.
Right.
It's quite a tricky shot, but Alison plays this line of play quite a bit. It's quite a common tactic to have the ball in corner two as the opposition.
Right.
So it is a shot that you practice a lot and as part of your game. It usually means that the hoop two runs a little bit longer than you'd like.
Right. Well.
And this one might be a slight tough angle, but it's not bad. She's held it back a little bit, so it's runnable hoop. And yellow's got away from a little bit. That means she's still got a bit of pressure to do once she runs this hoop of controlling yellow. I did see the referees resetting a couple of hoops here after game one, so they'll be firmed up, and that one's caught Alison a bit at hoop two. So yeah, black balls for hoop two and blues for hoop one. That's the only scoreline. Sorry, Joan.
So unlike GC, when you jaws the ball, it's not.
It's not good. Well, it depends if Joanne hits here. Alison will be able to make the hoop and have a shot. But no, not good.
Oh.
Yeah, Joanne's continuing her hot Roquet streak. And, yes, but there's a lot of skills out of golf croquet that will certainly help you in AC, but the jawsing of the hoop one is one that you were trying to avoid.
Yeah.
Something now, Joanne won't be pushing to get a break going. Well, she's pushed a red ball in a bit. It's more as taking over the lawn with that error from Alison and just setting herself up for the next turn. But it looks like Joanne feels she. So by putting this blue ball over towards hoop one, putting pressure on Ella, and she'll get herself back towards the red ball in the east boundary, puts pressure on Alison actually having to hit something, otherwise she gives a breakaway straight away to Joanne.
Right.
That's nice pace on the blue ball. Hitting the hoop would be handy, yep. Just slowed it off a little bit. So this one's worth walking out to that east boundary and finding the exact spot for where you want to retire to the boundary, because you want a meaningful rush out of it after hopefully Alison misses for Joanne's side of it. But so the obvious dangers here is Alison running the hoop of hoop two, but it means she leaves the ball at hoop one, and that's really valuable for Joanne. So Alison's just about forced to come down to this blue ball and there's no double there if Alison does just run hoop two, but it's really dangerous for Alison to leave this blue ball at hoop one. So Joan will be pleased that she's taken this option. Well, she hasn't taken it yet. She is still considering it.
Yeah, still thinking.
I mean, the standard play here is to just move the blue ball and retire it into probably corner four area and just say to Joan, okay, you make a break from that. She's playing this is a very, very positive, but as you know, Alison is a club member, that she's an extremely good shot. So
She is, absolutely.
So it's a risky one first up.
So a quick question, did Alison win her last game?
Oh.
Or did she lose?
She is absolutely.
She lost.
Sorry.
Alison win her game earlier?
Yes, I think so. Yep.
Don't quote me, but I think it was 26-0 against Diane, so it kind of puts Alison in a strong position. So that's a slightly unusual option from Alison. I know Alison really well over the years, and she usually isn't aggressive in lines of play unless she's against someone where she thinks, well, that I have to do that to win this game. But against Joanne, I would expect Alison to test her out and just retire a ball and say, okay, you deal with the balls in the corner.
Yeah.
Because this is, if Joan can do what she did last game, this is a load to hoop 2, a rush on red to the ball towards 1, and it's a full break ahead of her. So it's up to you, Joanne. So Alison has hoop 2 as her. She has 2 points for her black ball now. For the scoreboard. Yep, perfect. Well, it's a nervy little shot from Joan. She hasn't been showing that this morning. An edge on the red, but she also didn't push Alison's ball in off the line straight away to set this break up. So it just shows that she's edgy. She's playing Alison.
Yeah, well, that's right. Even playing socially with Alison makes you actually...
Yes. So yeah, hopefully Joan can get into the mode she was in last game and just going for things. And it's
Yeah, she was playing so well.
Yeah.
Terrific. Now that's something you don't do in GC, and I really would like to be able to do that.
Is the big croquet stroke.
That role,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, well, Joan can consolidate a bit. That's an opportunity she had in front of her from an Alison, possible error. And
what will Joanne be doing now to?
I think she might be just collecting her thoughts. She's trying to set a bit of a trap, not give something away to Alison.
Right.
She didn't capitalise on what that miss Alison did do. I'd say she's not quite feeling it at the moment. She's still obviously edgy and nervous on a couple of things. Yeah, that's Alison's quick as well. So we will miss some Alison shots.
Actually, it makes you feel really good. If Alison can miss something, anybody can.
It's a nice shot, Joanne. And she took a bit longer over that one on the swing than she sometimes does when she's in the flow. So it means she might have settled quickly from that last turn and presented with the next opportunity for the first break.
She's thinking.
She is. I'd like her just doing a takeoff here, which is what she did in game 1, but she seems to be playing it slightly different against Alison, that she feels she has to possibly safety up one of her balls and things. And
Right.
I think if she gets into her mode she was in last game and gets the first break in, will put pressure on Alison a lot more. Yeah, that's good. She's gone back to doing the takeoff. That's a nice delicate shot. It should be hitting the right distance, right direction to hoop one on the rush. She's got good power, Joanne, so it's going to be an effortless rush. Yeah.
Oh.
Well, but unfortunately, Joan, she won't be happy with that. She's and, it worked well for Alison. It's called the Fulford factor. He was the leading. Well, he still is one of the very, very best players in the world at Association Croquet. And whenever he was playing anyone, he relied on the Fulford factor, that they would not beat themselves, or they would just do something that could hand the balls back even when they're in control. And he'd not rely on that, but it come to you quite often as the very best player, that not even a tactic you can employ, is just your skill in standing in the world of croquet. Is I'm playing Robert Fulford, and then it's just affects your game slightly. And so everything Joanne did in those first 3 turns wasn't what she was showing us on the lawn game 1, and so that's the Alison factor coming into play, if you so to speak. So time for Joanne to sit down and get the thoughts right, and come back and saying, right, stop this, stop feeling this, edginess, sort it out type of thing in your head, and come out stronger.
It's hard though in the heat of the moment when you.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, but it's, she didn't miss a row keep more or less in game 1, and she'll doing something there that's affecting it. Quite clearly in this one.
Well, the Alison factor.
The Alison factor did it, 100%. And she's not the only one. Out the Alison factor, it gets a lot of people.
Absolutely. The standard is such a high standard in this Jesus Championship.
It's very good. We're low on numbers.
But the quality of the
we are clashing with the GC event also in Sydney, so there's possibly 1 or 2 players that would have been here.
Yeah, I understand that.
But no, the Joanne, Alison, Kate, Rosie, Di, they're all been state team players here and there at the New South Wales state team.
Well, I saw Rosie win the GC singles.
Rosie in the GC. Oh, and Janelle Wilson, she was a reserve for the state team last year. So, no, it's it's as good as strong as we can get it. And then Lucy from Camaray and Julie Toms from Canberra, the next one's coming through and pushing hard. Really good friendship between them all.
They're
hard on the court and friends off court. It's all really good.
No, they're very tight-knit group.
Yep. And they're all helping each other. They're all coming along at the same pace a lot of times, what they're learning.
Well, the comment was made that because you sit out for so long, quite so often, you get
Yep.
to know
Yeah,
people really
yep.
well.
Yeah.
And
That's
they've
a
all
good
been
bit,
playing so
yes.
such a long
Good,
time.
Yep. You know, we're from what was croquet was, say, 10, 15 years ago, there's a lot of players who are playing GC. It's good that we have players playing both codes,
Yeah.
but we certainly need, not a revival or anything of AC, but we need to promote ourselves, the
Yeah.
code of AC, and especially for women players like what these ones are, you know, helping others out and bringing more in.
Yes, that's right.
It's GC for, you know, really advancing as a woman player. You do need some strength and power in the game, whereas
Yeah.
AC still, you know, rewards just good skills,
That's right.
and
Exactly.
good technique, and so
Yeah.
it will suit a lot more players if they
Yes, that's
were introduced at some time, you know, if they were first introduced to golf croquet.
yeah.
But we need both being successful, so hopefully
Yes.
everyone can help each other.
Well, I think those outside broadcasts are really good
Oh,
because
yeah,
they get,
yeah.
you know, they bring in a wide audience, particularly in the croquet world.
Yes, it's a big difference, isn't it? Be able to watch from home and pick up on
Yeah.
bits and pieces. I think the next step with this, I say this quite often, but the streaming, we kind of have to choose between service to croquet players or promotion of the sport, or can we do it both ways?
Yeah.
And certainly I'd like to see a lot of matches like this edited to a 40 package or something that where
Yeah.
you can do both.
Yeah, I think so too.
We can watch the game with
Yeah.
the game unfolding, you know, for tactics,
Yeah.
but we can also send people there and promote. You know, this is what our sport is,
Yeah,
and
yeah, I
show the
agree.
exciting parts of it.
Yeah. And we need to target the younger audiences.
Yes, yeah. Yes, Alison's on a break and she's up to hoop 6, but it will change quite quickly. She'll probably make a hoop every minute or so. So I'll give you the one when the break finishes, which most likely will be on hoop. It'll be 9 points. Yes. Yeah, sorry, we're not doing any commentary on Alison's perfect break, but hopefully the camera work and the screen lets the viewers see how neat she is.
Yeah.
And how long have you been in the game, Joanne? How long?
About 7 years,
Oh,
8
yeah,
years,
so-
yeah.
yeah.
Still learning.
Still learning, yeah. Yeah.
It's a great game. It's
Yeah.
terrific. It's just such a, a psychological game and a
Yep.
skill game, and you meet such wonderful people.
People, yeah.
And you can beat somebody up and they can still talk to you the next day. Yes, apparently the New Zealand players learn croquet as a sport in schools.
Yeah, they have a great schools program.
Yeah, and
been running for the last dozen years.
yeah, I think that's a very good
Yeah.
idea.
Yeah, and they have a strong schools competition every year as well, where it's
yeah, it makes it
thriving,
meaningful.
yeah.
Meaningful, yeah, that's
Yeah.
right.
And most of the players that come through the school system in New Zealand are still in the game. Some of them are, there's a good percentage that became world champions in both codes,
Yeah,
of,
yeah.
different categories.
Well, the under 35s,
Yeah,
that was
yeah.
fabulous.
Yeah.
And they run hoops from the back line. They don't
Yeah,
do it in front of them.
That's it's a incredible skill. Some of those those players that were on show. was a near perfect break from Alison. She's in full control. Running hoops from inches out, getting rushes out of each hoop. So she'll be, well, it appears to be she's setting a diagonal spread leave.
Yeah, and I say it's a bit different to GC running hoops, isn't it? I mean, they do, and I say you do it from a very short space in front.
Yeah, if you got all the balls and you're going well, the hoops aren't the thing that's on your mind. It's the difficulty.
Yeah, that's right, which is different to GC.
You might have to cope with one or two tough hoops to either set the break going, or if things just get out of kilter a bit, you might have to run a really good hoop and then drag it back in. But that's it's not usually the deciding factor of the break continuing.
And what's Joanne hoping for now?
Well, she's probably still hoping for the one last chance that Lera maybe make the hoop, but I think she'd be thinking, well, Alison's in control here, and she's probably been getting herself ready to be in the best frame of mind for the lift shot. She knows Alison very well. She knows the ball movement was showing a diagonal spread, so she's just waiting to see am I taking the shot from B balk, the longer shot, or am I taking it from A balk if she doesn't quite get the leave right? So she's just keeping herself steady, just getting herself in a good headspace for the important shot.
But she's dominating the lawn now.
She is dominating the lawn now. It's Joan. It depends on where Alison has her rush pointing. It'd be good for Joan to walk around and look at all what Alison's got.
Right.
It's not to slow Alison down or anything. I don't think she can take her out of a rhythm or anything, but she wants to give her the most consideration of this correct lift shot to take for Alison hasn't been peeling. They haven't been doing any triple peels. So it's favourable to take the little shot from B balk and end up in corner 4 if you did miss, even though it's slightly longer. Or there's the other school of thought that if you do take it from A balk, and Alison did play really aggressively at the start of that game by taking that run through hoop 2, that it may push Alison into peeling. Now it could be your very last shot you take her by giving her that option. But it would be a consideration you want to think of pushing Alison into, well, I can't really turn this peeling turn down, and it may drag the error out because at the moment Alison's cruising around. Yeah. But priority is Joanne needs to just get herself in the mind to do the best strike she can with this lift shot.
Well, she's pretty calm, cool and collected, so...
Yeah. And she's level with hoop 4. With the leave, it means she's not quite got the angle perfect, so it means Joanne is most likely best just to take this lift shot from A balk rather than B balk and take the 14, 15 yarder rather than 26, 27 to 28 yard shot from B balk. So she probably should be taking this one from A balk. So she's really concentrating where she puts the last ball, Alison. So she doesn't want to give a double by the look of that ball near the peg. So Joanne's taking the long shot, and it is a long shot. This is 28 yards.
Yeah, yeah.
Did Alison end up with the score at the end of it?
Yeah, so she's on 9 with the black ball. Yep. And that's the only ball that scored out of the 4 balls. She's edged that with the edge of the mallet. The mind's a funny thing, you know, that after the first game, and she's obviously on a high, and it all came out well, and she got a good win over Rosie, which she wouldn't be happening very often, but she's,
Well,
whatever her faults are, she hasn't
yeah.
been able to get them settled before this
Well, I think it's
game
as we said
unrolled.
before, the Alison factor.
Yeah, yeah.
It's a good thing to play the ball and not the person.
Oh, yeah. It's,
but
no,
you can't. But you can never, never remember that.
No, for all your mental preparation, you know,
That's right.
in the heat of the moment, things don't always roll.
That's right.
Yeah, you've been practicing.
Wow. Those angles are just amazing.
Yeah, it's, well, this hoop gave both Joan and Rosie a little bit of trouble at the start of the game. Getting in front of the hoop, there was a bit curly, and they didn't give a straight hoop run, and they both missed the hoop a few times.
Oh, really?
So there's a bit of work for Alison to do.
Yeah.
But she probably knows the lawn better than the others. It's a slight angle, but it's not too bad. Yeah, nicely controlled.
That's right.
Nice shot.
Yes, we've been working the lawns for over 3 weeks,
Okay.
getting them
Yeah, no,
Getting
they're
top
I mean,
shape.
coming on and off sometimes here for the last 25 years, and he's definitely the best I've seen
Yeah,
the lawn.
yeah,
So
it's fabulous,
Great
yeah.
work from
Yeah.
the Mosman Club
Well, thanks to Croquet New South Wales.
and Croquet New
All
South
the-
Wales. Very good.
all they've
Yeah,
done.
no, always a shout out to Croquet New South
Yeah,
Wales.
yeah,
when we
absolutely.
can.
I think Alison just does everything so effortlessly. It
Yeah.
just looks so easy.
Yeah, it does. It's, you know, if you want to have a role model of anyone playing croquet,
Exactly, it's her.
it's-
And she's just
certainly.
so professional in
Yeah.
everything, every aspect.
she's a very good example of the 10,000 hours rule. Alison used, well, when she was, I don't know if she still is a member of Chatswood, but when she was at Chatswood a lot.
I think she is, yeah.
Yeah,
And Kalara as
she
well.
was,
Yeah.
you know, if you know anyone who's ever put as much time in the sport, and she honed all the skills and got the reward for it.
Well,
and she's
she
always
did.
been a very, very good practicer.
Yeah, yeah.
And a good student of the game. She'd ask questions and she'd go out and employ them and
Yes,
practice them and
that's-
do that, you know.
That's right, yeah.
She's, Nice touch.
Hi everybody, it's Steve Miles back here again, back from my refereeing duties on Lawn 4. Have you been keeping them well behaved, Joanne?
I've been trying. He's been explaining quite a lot.
Well, a lot of good GC players are also AC players.
Yes, yeah.
So there's an opportunity for you there. You already know half the shots, you just have to do the ball together shots.
Yeah.
And a little bit of strategy and learning, but there won't be
Yes.
any problem for you.
Sure. Oh, thank you. But we're just admiring such Alison and Joanne. It's just so terrific.
Yes, Alison's been pretty well controlled the whole tournament.
Yes.
She's just missed a few roquets in some games, but she's won every game with 26.
But she doesn't let it faze her, which is...
Well, she's a good example of how you make the most of each ball where it is.
Yes, yep.
So if the ball's in the wrong place, she adjusts for that and then makes sure that she gets control of the game.
Yes, we were just saying about it's such a mental thing.
Yes, but if you practice and do good shots, it's not quite the same mental straining as if you're straying all over
Yeah,
the
true.
lawn. So where's Alison up to now? Oh, it's all right. So we'll figure it out in a minute. I think she's going... So, no, she's looking at... Okay, so she must be going for hoop 5. Oh, okay, and she set up black so she can attempt a triple peel. So the idea would be to go and make hoop 5, put yellow down to 1, go over, roquet black, closer to the hoop, peel it through the hoop, and put blue in a position where it can run red across to hoop 6.
Easy peasy.
Well, yes. It's not as easy as it sounds,
No.
Joanne. I certainly...
It sounds
Can't
very
do it.
complicated to me.
Well, it's just roquet, croquet continuation. Lovely, lovely shot just in front of the hoop. Now,
Oh, nice.
Alison didn't stalk that shot enough, but she's done enough of these hoops in practice that she's allowed to do that.
Yeah.
So now, as she said, she'll roll down. Now, this is quite a big roll. Now, you watch, big swing, but
Wow.
not a lot of power. And look how far that yellow went. Probably a bit too far, but now she's down. She's got her
Blue.
striker ball blue on the right spot. She'll try and roquet black towards the hoop, but keep it nice and straight. Now she can do her croquet shot where she will croquet black through the hoop and then get blue in a position where she can rush red over to hoop 6. Then later on, probably after she goes through 1 back, she'll come back and try and rush red across to
Effortlessly.
hoop penultimate. That was effortless, yeah.
Yep.
But the idea then is this should be a finishing turn. And this, of course, is what will probably be the championship game, because with the round robin, Alison so far is undefeated, but so is Joanne. So effectively the winner of this will win the championship. And then, depending on the points difference, Rosie, if Alison beats Rosie, Alison will be champ. If she loses to Rosie, she'll still probably have enough net hoops to be champ.
Right, yeah.
But you can check all that on croquetscores.com
Yeah.
as well. So that's fine. So now she's got to go through hoop and then rush red over.
Wow.
Oh, she's going to have to rush red down the lawn a bit and then do a takeoff. So, Joanne, this must be an easy shot for you. You can always make this sort of roquet in GC.
Oh, yeah, always, yeah.
So Mosman's done a terrific job organising this contest.
Yes, it's been fabulous. The lawns have been really well looked after, and everyone's put in a really big effort.
Oh, I was talking more about the cakes and the slices.
Yeah.
That's the best thing.
That's the best thing, yeah.
It's
But-
very hospitable club here at
Oh, good. Yeah.
Mosman. So you've got 4 lawns. How many members do you have now?
We've got us 174 and about 60 or 70 on the waiting list.
Wow, that's pretty good. The
Yeah.
usual rule is 40 to a lawn, so that's a little bit crowded.
Yeah, we don't always get 40 on the lawn.
No, but 40. The usual rule is if you've got 40 per lawn, your club gets a bit crowded. If you've got
yeah.
25 a lawn, you haven't really got enough money.
No,
So with 170, you're probably doing pretty well.
yeah, no, it's...
But it must have been a big decision when you decided to take over the other 2 lawns from the bowling club.
well, I think they had quite a difficulty getting it, yeah.
Yeah.
So, and I've got pictures of lawn 4, which is all dirt and weeds.
Yeah, okay.
So it's come a long way since then, yeah. But
Well,
no,
I've
it's-
never seen lawn 4 and 3 play as well as they have now. You've
Oh,
lost
great.
all that roll off,
yeah, that's right.
And,
Exactly. Yeah, that's terrific.
and they run really quite true.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah.
The lawn guys are just fabulous.
Yeah.
They do a fabulous job.
Well, since you started to cut them short a couple of years ago, it's sort of really paid dividends
Yes, yeah,
on the quality of the lawns.
yeah. And
Excellent.
thanks to Croquet New South Wales as well for all that they've done for this championship.
Yes, well, you've had a lot of advice from a
Absolutely.
few people, but that's
Yeah.
always good.
That's always good.
Yeah, yeah. So we have Alison set up so she can put yellow down to hoop 2 back. It's a pity we don't call it hoop 8. It would make life a lot easier. I found it very frustrating when I was learning that they'd have these stupid names for the hoops. Oh, now there's a bobble in a hoop. That's my fault because I just reset that hoop before this game, and it's on the tight side of what's allowed. So the hoops are on 11/16 with a downward tolerance of a 32nd,
Right.
and that's probably certainly is within the downward tolerance, but it's well below 11. So the ball itself is 10/16 wide, 3 5/8 of an inch. So it's 3 10/16. So the hoops are set on the 16th wider than that, and normally for social play you put them on 12/16.
Yeah, yeah. Do you set the hoops during the games? very
Yes,
often?
yes.
Yeah.
Well, before the championships you have to, because particularly when the lawns have been so wet, they start to
Yeah,
dry out and
yeah.
the hoops start to move.
Yeah.
I'm a wet grass man when it comes to resetting hoops. I find that easier to use than sphagnum moss. And I'm a packet on the side man rather than a push it into the bottom.
Right. Yeah.
We all have our own styles
Yeah.
of what's to work. And I've never learned to use the hoop setting gauge, which,
Oh, haven't you?
no, it gets too confusing for me.
How do you set them then? How do you?
I just set them with the measuring gauge, and
Oh,
if they're
right.
too loose, I try and turn them around to a tighter setting, and if they still need it, I just pack some grass on the side.
Oh, right.
I'm disappointed to see that there's a knife and a chisel in your box for adjusting the hoops.
Yeah.
Never put anything inside the carrots because that's where trouble lies, is my rule. But
Well, Rosie was going to give us one of those long-handled
Yeah.
things, so
well,
we don't have one, but she was going to see if she could find
but
us.
for the Australian Championships 3 years ago, we did a lot of hoop setting instructions, but we based them all on the hoops that Tempe. And when we got to Royal
Right.
Sydney,
Yeah.
the hoop setting instructions got hoops that were too tight.
Oh,
Because
really?
the holes, notwithstanding the fact you use the same template, the soil is different, and the holes were just different. So we just had to reset all the hoops on a
Right.
different instructions, yeah. And pack a bit of grass.
So that would apply to most clubs.
That would apply to, well, most clubs. And just because you drop your hoops in, don't think they're the right distance. Because over time, of course, sand
move.
falls into the carrots.
Yeah.
The soil dries out. Some more ambitious members will have stuck a knife down the side of the carrots to try and change something. So here Joanne is getting away to make her first hoop. So Alison has got 10 hoops and 6 hoops, which gives her a total of 16. And Joanne now has 1. Have we got that score on the board? Alison is 16, and well, Joanne is 1, but you can't put a score in yet because she hasn't finished her turn.
Oh, nice one.
A nice croquet.
Mm.
So that's why AC players make good GC players. They have a lot of practice at long roquets.
Exactly, that's right.
They're not as good at those long hoops because in AC, as we've seen today, if you miss a hoop, you get punished.
Yes, and if you jaws them.
And if you jaws them, you get even more
Yeah.
punished. Whereas in GC, if you jaws them, you're delighted.
You are,
Well,
yeah.
usually, if someone can hit you out, you're not. But
But if you can jump, it's really good.
yes, yes. And in GC, if you lose one hoop, you get rewarded by being the first to the next hoop. Hopefully,
Yeah.
depending how your player's gone.
So ricochet is, I mean, if you're a good ricochet player, you're probably a good AC player as well.
Well, I think ricochet is the devil's game, but Ray Chapman tells me I'm wrong.
He won't like that.
No, well, I mean, it's a good game insofar as it's AC without having to bend down. But it does get a bit. I suppose it's good too because you have to learn how to cut a ball.
Yes,
Um,
and roquet.
but it seems frustrating. You think, oh, that was a good rush. You think, no, it's not because my ball stays back here. But yeah. But it is a good alternative. I'm not quite sure it's a bridge between GC and AC because GC players know half of AC already.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, it's not as hard as people think to convert from GC to AC. And as I said, it's got a great benefit for your GC game.
Yeah.
It's quite tragic to see GC players trying to figure out what to do when they've got two balls together and they don't understand how they behave.
There wouldn't be too many people who'd do that.
Well, every now and then you see that in the game, maybe every third game, you know. Now Joanne's got pressure because she needs to go through and make
Oh,
her
lovely.
9. Lovely.
Mm.
Lovely, but not so lovely because she's now on the boundary,
Yeah.
further away. Now, notwithstanding the fact that hoop was tight, it still went through straight on
Yes.
that angle. It was on a straight line.
Yeah.
Yep. So Joanne's a very good roquet. Let me
Yeah, she's terrific.
get the commentator's curse on her. No. So she's made that, and you can see how she's set up with a pioneer at hoop 3, probably a bit further north than she wanted.
Right.
And black will sort of be a pivot. Now she'll probably have to do a big roll. Yep. Not a great fan of big rolls, but probably in this case she has to do it. We try and teach our beginners, Joanne, not to do big rolls, just to keep
Why
on
is that?
doing. Well, they're dangerous shots. So if you're not very good at a roll, it would have been quite easy for her to leave red quite away from black.
Right.
But it often also puts the other ball. So now black and blue are within roquetable distance. So any mess up now,
Yeah.
if she had a further Roquet missed it, then black and blue would have been able to take control of the match.
Right.
But we like them to do rushes and drives, which tells them how to set up the lawn, and make sure that people use rushes to take the biggest advantage of the lawn.
Right. So when you're teaching people to play AC, where do you start from? What's the basic?
Well, I just do first lesson is balls apart, and then we do actually finish it with a game of GC.
Right.
We just tell them it only takes 10 minutes to lead GC. Don't believe what the GC players say. And then the next lesson is balls together, except for rolls. So that's takeoffs and drives. And then we play our first game of AC for a couple of hoops. And then in the third lesson, it's rolls and then a fairly important game. And then 3 more lessons of game.
Right.
So that's 6 lessons. Okay. And then after that, they still need supervised games for another half a dozen games. It's just so that you get used to the rules as you go. But
Well, that's right.
So Joanne's now on 2. She has 2 hoops. And that was, as I say, these quadway hoops don't like to be threatened.
No.
You see a lot of, you can, if you're a good player, you can go through them really hard, but once you hit that leg, it doesn't give way like the old white hoops used to.
No, they don't. They're very, in that way, they're very punishing.
I mean, like everything in croquet, they're more expensive, the better the equipment.
Yeah.
But they are good because you can keep on adjusting them from 11 to 12 and equals to minus, and it stops people digging around in the carrots.
Yeah, yeah.
And things like that. And they are the hoops that people will be playing in competitions.
Yes, yeah.
And of course, you can play competitions from any handicap because, well, Croquet New South Wales run a whole lot of competitions, but a lot of local clubs do as well. And usually the handicap players get extra turns in AC, or you're just playing with people who are of a similar standard. Competition, of course, improves your croquet enormously.
All levels.
I don't think there's much point in playing croquet unless you can improve your game.
Yeah, I agree.
And competition is the easy way of doing that.
Yeah,
And a little bit of practice, of course.
lots of practice.
Yeah. Yeah. So Alison is on the way now. So she'll be in a pretty strong position if she goes around to the peg. Alison is such a clean hitter of the ball.
She's just brilliant.
Yeah. Well, she's practiced an awful lot. I mean, she's not a lazy player.
No, in fact, every game, really, she's practicing.
Yes, but she'll actually be on a lawn just practicing.
Yes, yeah, that's right.
Her shots, as I say to people. You want to go onto a lawn and say, I know what to do. I've practiced this shot. And she treats every shot seriously.
Yes, yeah.
So she has been a former women's world #1. I didn't check her world ranking for this. She must. She has been playing a lot lately, so she might have.
I think,
down.
yeah. I think, is it 5?
So now we have Alison's set up. So she's putting her clip onto hoop 5. Is she? What's she doing? Sorry, I've
I don't
been
know.
too busy chatting away. Sorry, she's just behind the shed. I can't see what's happening here, but we'll find out soon. No, she's still in play. But she must have done red, yellow. She's got black, blue there. I can't see on the screen. It's too bright. Okay, so it's end of turn. So Blues has scored 6 plus 10, 16, yes, compared to 2 for Joanne. Now the rule usually is if your opponent's set up with a perfect rush, just shoot at them, because if you miss and they mess around with you, they might mess up their perfect rush. And it's about the same distance, blue to black. Maybe Joanne, that's why Alison was taking enough time to make sure she didn't leave a double. But Joanne's missed that now, but black's got a nice rush, either straight to 1 back, which is probably what she'll do the way it's lined up, rather than do a rush to red and then rush red up. But you see now yellow is behind. So the temptation then is Alison will hit yellow. She's playing with blue. Oh, sorry, yes, because blue's on hoop 1 back. Now she'll get behind yellow, rush it over to red. Very fine touch there. And as good a player Alison is, in this morning's match, she called the referee over twice when she had some fine takeoffs, just to make sure that the ball did move, which of course it did, but it's good practice just to make sure that the referee sees it and everyone knows that you've done the right thing.
Yeah.
Now you can see she's going to put yellow across to hoop 2 back, get behind red to rush red up to hoop 1 back where blue's clip is. Now it's probably a little bit wider than Alison would have liked. So Joanne's probably thinking a bit of hope here. Now you watch this roll. Foot forward. Nice, gentle stroke.
Oh, perfect.
Well, it's a little bit of an angle. Not quite sure. We can't see from here. Well, she doesn't seem to have too much of an angle.
She'll get it.
It'll just go straight through.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yes. That's what Alison's been doing throughout the whole tournament, every now and then. Just, I'll be unkind, I'll say she relaxes a little bit too much.
Right.
But she always looks relaxed, so I'm
She
fine.
does. She
That's
does
why I'm
look
being
so.
unkind. Yeah. Yeah. Now, why is Joanne doing that?
Yes, why?
That's because red came through 1 back, and after 1 back, your opponent can lift one of their balls to either the A balk or the B balk
Yeah.
when it's their next turn. So Joanne really wanted just to hit this fairly straight. Probably took too big a swing. Then she would have had an easier little croquet shot to the hoop. This is a bit angled now, so. But the same thing as in GC, the zone of opportunity to make sure your ball ends up in the right spot, and that's very much in the zone of opportunity to run the hoop.
Nice
She
one.
does.
Yep.
The nice thing is she's got red there as a pivot, but black's way over, out of the way, near corner 4.
So she won't be worried about black so much.
No, she'll probably bring black out when she makes corner 4. But we'll see what she does after hoop 3 and explain that then. Now the important thing here is where yellow ends up. Red will end up somewhere near the hoop, and that's what she's forgotten. Yeah. So to shorten your croquet shot, you angle your mallet a little bit, and that changes the ratio. So, but Joanne's done a nice little cut there. Didn't get a lot of distance, but certainly has got towards the hoop and narrowed down the angle a lot. Another shot you should practice all the time. From that sort of distance, a yard either side of the hoop.
Oh.
So the hoop didn't give in.
No.
Now also red and yellow are wide by the hoop.
Yep.
So Alison in a way has got a free shot. But she'll shoot. Oh, well, I suppose, yes, she has to shoot blue to red or yellow, because yellow will make the hoop, even though it's white. If
Yeah,
it's yellow's
yeah.
turn, it will make the hoop. Yep.
Same as GC, just check where the ball is.
Oh, yes, it looks a bit different when you
Yeah.
move over there, but you've got to let your brain do the calculations and set to it. And, you know, that's why it's so important to stalk the ball, to let your brain know so everything's straight.
Yeah.
Oh, good shot. Good shot. So you don't want your brain doing differential calculus. You want it just to do AX plus B, thinking straight lines,
Yeah.
which is why you see in AC we're forever zigzagging over the lawn, but to end up with a straight line shot to the hoop. Okay, so blue's down here on 2 back. Well, that's a very lovely shot. A little bit of a cut required and a bit of bad luck. She could end up with red just hitting the hoop, but she wants red down here to 2 back.
Right.
Okay, so sometimes it's good not to be too greedy. If you go for a cut, you've got to get the angle right, and you've also lose a bit of distance. So she needed a lot of distance, so she's done red down to here. Again, she's practiced this all the time, so she knows what to do. We saw her just do it before. Now look at that. You would think that's going to go too far, but no.
No.
Perfect. Alison does seem to like to. She doesn't mind having her shots 3 foot back from the hoop.
No, she doesn't.
She's not a bad GC player.
She's a fabulous GC player.
I don't know if Alison's played ricochet. You'll have to talk to her about that.
Yeah. She won the Mosman top 10 last year.
Right. Well, you've probably seen the photo of me playing Alison in the top 10 with about 9 clips on my hat. I had 9 free strokes against her.
Yeah, those clips weigh you down a bit, don't they?
Well, I could use a clip every hoop, whether I won the hoop or not. It was great fun.
Yeah.
No, it wasn't fun for Alison because I actually beat her, but you can't count as a victory if you have 9 free shots.
Yeah, you can.
Well, it might make a chapter in my memoirs. But
No, but those really good players like Alison, I mean, they fight for every hoop and they've got giving free turns.
well, it's good of Alison. It's good of the good players to play handicap events.
Yeah,
I think
it's absolutely. It's good sport.
I think it's part of your obligation as a better player to play in those handicap events.
Yes,
and
I
because as a
agree.
good player like Alison, she's not worried about her index
Yeah.
and her handicap because she doesn't matter whether she's -3 or -4.
That's right.
I think her AC handicap's -3.
Is it?
I think her GC is maybe that as well, or maybe -4. Alison's son Charlie is at Oxford University.
Yes, yeah, he's doing something like calculus or
There's something
higher,
quite
some unusual
yeah,
higher thing.
yeah. So here we are. We have to stop chatting so much. So we haven't made 3 back.
Yeah, I will. Actually, I'll come in now and I've got the computer here, so I'll.
So, wow. Okay, so she must think that. No, blue's not white. I would have done red to black. I can't understand. Much prefer a shot that's 1/3 the distance. And that's why.
Oh, okay. All right. Okay. Thanks, Tim. Thanks.
Where I'm pretty sure she would have been able to roquet black and then get behind blue and rush it up to hoop 2. Like we say, hope is not a strategy.
Wishful thinking, either.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dead centre. So no, Alison will take off. And the other advantage, I suppose if she'd gone for black and missed, it would have been behind the hoop, but blue could have come across. But yeah, I can't see why she didn't go for black. Much more chance of hitting. Anyway,
has Alison told you about her son Charlie trying to bring in GC into Oxford?
she has. She's complained that Oxford don't allow GC.
No.
Given that they're all young people, I suppose that's fair enough. But we have the same problem at Cameray, where we do have a little bit of GC. But
Yeah.
people who play GC are people who mix with the dark side, according to
That's right.
people at Cameray. We have a session on Sunday afternoons, which is well attended, and one on Thursday afternoons that's not so well attended.
And how many members have you got now at Cameray?
About 70. About 70.
Wow, yeah.
Well, we get the members from other clubs who want to play
AC,
A couple
that's
from
right.
Mosman, as you know. And,
Yeah.
some from Manly. They're probably the last AC playing club in Sydney.
Yes, yeah.
I mean, they play, as you know, they play AC here at Mosman.
Yes, we do. We've got about a dozen players.
Yeah. I keep on meaning to come on Thursday, but never quite get here. By that time, I've played all my croquet for the week.
I'm sure they'll be pleased to see you anytime.
Yeah.
And you're always welcome to come and play GC.
Well, I do come
Yeah.
sometimes, as you know, Joan.
I do. You're always welcome.
Okay, so Alison's thinking now that she'll... Oh, okay, she's going to go down, play it safe. A little bit deeper than she wanted. She wanted to end up south of black rather than north, so she could run it across to hoop 4 back.
But she's got an amazing control.
Yeah, well, this is her favourite role, isn't it? This is the role we've seen
It's
twice
several
already
times,
this match.
Yeah.
But what she has is such a clean hit that she gets so much power.
Yes.
But she still has a nice big swing. But she can just put that on the spot.
Nice one.
goes. She goes a little bit far out because she's such a good hoop runner.
Yes.
And of course, it's much easier to get in that zone of opportunity a bit further from the hoop. Not that you would call 3 foot from the hoop far. Okay, so now she's coming over to pick up red. It's always a good idea to use the 4 balls in a break.
And why is that?
Well, more chance to fix up your mistakes.
Oh, right.
If you're only
yeah.
using 1 ball, then that's got to be a good shot. And you just tend to notice, if you use 1 ball, you tend to make 1 hoop. If you use 2 balls, you tend to make 2 hoops. Use 3 balls, you tend to make 3 hoops and then break down. Use 4 balls, you just keep going.
Right, yeah.
Although good players can just use 3 balls and keep going, and that's why they practice 3-ball breaks all the time. But for not so good players like me, my rule is use all the balls.
You do pretty well with that.
I do well enough, but
Yeah.
been playing AC for 12 years, but I still learn stuff.
Oh, yeah, well,
You think
we all do, yeah.
You shouldn't do that. I did that yesterday. I picked on Wednesday. I picked off my opponent, put my 2 balls together, and then of course he hit. He only had 3 hoops to make to finish, and then beat me. But then I realised if I hadn't put my 2 balls together, if he'd hit, it wouldn't have mattered. You probably don't understand what I said, but I'll explain it to you later.
Yeah.
Yeah. He was on peg and on 4-back, and I was on 4-back and on peg as well. Oh, sorry, he was on. I'd pegged him out, so he was off the lawn and on 4-back.
But all croquet's like that. I mean, you learn all the time.
Yep.
That's the
Yep.
joy of the game.
Okay, so now Alison's gone through what we call penultimate hoop. The next one is Red Rover. The interesting thing is, what sort of leave will she want? She's a bit of a fan of diagonal spread, which just looks like what she's planning on doing. Still taking a lot of care.
Yes, absolutely.
Yep.
She doesn't take anything for granted.
Oh, you either spend your time on the court or you'll spend it off the court, off the lawn. Yeah. Nice cut. So she's just that little bit in front of the hoop, which just makes that shot so much easier. Bit of an angle. Nice, very
perfect.
smoothly.
Yep.
So now she's going to try and get red and yellow wide by the peg, and then put black and blue over on the boundary. So we'll see if this be a wide leave or yep, it's going to be a wide leave. Oh, not that wide. This is what she's been doing all the time, about that distance.
Yeah.
Yep. Now she'll try and put yellow close to the peg. This is where she does her fine takeoff. Will she call the ref? Checking that red can't hit yellow and red can't hit.
And she's calling the ref.
And yellow can't hit yellow. Yes, yeah.
Helen Collins does a great job.
Yes, Helen reads the rule books before every tournament.
Yeah.
And I just make sure I sit next to Helen in my first match, so then I can ask Helen all the questions that I want to ask.
Yeah, she's fabulous.
I do read the rule book a little bit, but
I'm sure you do.
I can't stay awake long enough. So she wants to get black lined up so you can rush blue, and that yellow doesn't have a shot on black or blue. But of course, red and yellow, which is Joanne, has a lift. Okay, so we've been through. So at the end of this, we'll have black on penultimate, which is 10, and blue on the peg, which is 12. So Alison will be on 22, and Joanne is on 3. Still, time is not an issue.
No, how long is it to go now?
Oh gosh, it'll be an hour and 20 minutes.
Right.
Or even more. I mean, a good croquet game should only take an hour and a half. I'm not a great fan of having 2.5 hour games.
Well, that's the thing, isn't it? I think that's what's get most GPC players.
Well, I can rush down to Mosman and play 2 GC games in an hour and a half. So, by which time I've had my day's worth of GC. I think an hour and a half or 2 hour games would be much better for AC. It does take away that long drawn out game where people just make it at the end.
Yeah.
But maybe just save them for the championships. Straight through the middle.
Yep.
So on the average, a little bit left or right, she would have been fine. But now Alison should be able to finish off from here because she's still got a ball in the middle of the lawn, which is why she does that diagonal spread, but not that much distance because she wants to have a ball left in the centre of the lawn so she can use it. Alison told me this morning she regards a pivot or a ball in the centre of the lawn as a golden opportunity. She just loves it. She knows she can do whatever. Yeah. And as long as there's one there in the centre of the lawn, she's got an opportunity no matter what happens.
Well, she's controlling the game.
Yeah. Well, yes, if her opponent, and it puts pressure on the opponent knowing that there's a ball left in the middle of the lawn. A nice rush across. This is why we teach people rush. She does a nice rush and then she has an easy croquet shot. Whereas sometimes beginners just think, oh, I'll just tap that ball. I don't want to take any risk. Yeah. And then they've got the mother of all rolls over to the other ball, which they mess up.
Yeah.
Nice shot. Now she's got a very straight rush. I assume her strategy here, will be to, when she goes through Rover, if she uses blue, she'll want to go through so she can rush blue back to the peg for the peg out. But now she's going through penultimate. Nice straight hoop. Through she goes.
Yep.
Okay, now she might choose to, she can't rush red, so she'll just tap it. Now she'll probably put red down behind the hoop to act as a receiver. Because as long as she finishes anywhere near blue, she can rotate it and make it an easy hoop. Yep, there she goes behind the hoop.
Wow, perfect.
Not perfect, but good enough.
Yeah.
Importantly, she's in front of the hoop, cuts it a little bit. Oh, probably didn't want it that way, but none of that's an issue. That's why she cut it that way, so she can put it back towards the peg. You can see that Alison knows more about playing croquet than I do.
She's Alison.
Yeah. Now she'll rush this up so she can do a takeoff to behind blue, to rush blue. So even though this is Alison's 8th win in a row, this should secure the championship for her yet again.
Wow.
Okay, now what we don't want is for blue to be rushed into the peg, which it won't be.
No,
So
yeah.
rushes it just to the side. If she'd rushed it into the peg, of course, it would be pegged out and there'd be no croquet ball to take a croquet from, so it would have been end of turn.
Right.
Bang, bang, and that's it. 26 points
Wow.
to 3. 26 to 3 to Alison Sharp, beating Joanne Brown.
Fabulous.
That gives Alison 8 wins and probably enough net hoops for the championships, but we've still got one more game to come, which is Alison playing Rosie Landry, which should be
That'll be a great game to watch.
quite a good game.
Yeah.
But, I'm not sure when they'll want to run that, but it'll probably be in about 15 minutes' time, at about 12:45.
Well, thank you for all your comments and commentary.
Thank you for you.
Thank you for your...
I didn't expect you to be here, stuck here for so long when I asked you
No,
to
it
sit
was
down,
so...
Joanne.
Thank you. No, that was lovely. It was good to watch. It was
Yeah.
great
Yeah.
and good to learn. And great
So
to
what's
see
it
such
like
great-
running such a big club?
Good fun.
Good fun. Good fun.
It's it has its challenges, but the club's very. I mean, it's just such a great club, and we have such interested people. So it's really,
there's always been an emphasis on people having fun.
yeah, and I think it's a very social
More than
club.
that, it's been an emphasis on people playing. So if I turn up at 10:30 on a Wednesday, I'll get a game.
You will get a game, absolutely.
Yeah. And if I turn up at 8:30 on a Wednesday, I will get a game.
You still will get a game. That's
So
right.
Mosman have a rule basically that you get a game. So if there's
Yes, that's
3
right.
people on the lawn,
You're invited on.
they'll invite you
That's our principle. Yeah.
yeah.
Everyone's welcome.
And if all the lawns are full, then they just take it in turns. So it's
Yeah.
pretty good. Okay, I think we're on the camera now. So yeah.
Oh,
Yeah. So I've always enjoyed that, and that's pretty well the rule with most croquet clubs. You don't really get too many people saying, "Oh, we always play here on a Wednesday morning on this lawn."
no. I mean,
Go to the other lawn.
that's the joy of croquet.
Yeah,
The people
yeah.
are fantastic
Yeah.
and the sport's fantastic, so it's a great opportunity to play.
And it can be a humbling sport as well.
It can be indeed.
I always tell people the croquet god is a cruel god. If you make a good shot,
Yeah.
it can often end up the other way.
I've met him often.
happy guys?
Thank
Yeah,
you.
so we might have
Yeah.
a break for 10 minutes while
Yeah.
we wait for the next
And
game.
I'll
We
want
put
a cup of
sign up.
tea.
I'll come around with a 10-minute break and I'll make one.
All right.
May I have that headset?
Yeah, yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thanks for that. That's fantastic.
And thank you very much to our commentators and a great job again. Well done, Alison. We'll just leave this one up, I think. I don't think I'll reset anything. We'll just leave this here running. If you've been watching, thank you very much. Stay here. We'll have a quick 10, 15-minute break. And for the third game this afternoon, I'm Benny Two Shoes. See you in a second. Hey everyone, just heads up for anyone watching and waiting for the next game. We're just waiting for a game to finish, and then very shortly after that we'll kick off. As it stands, Game 3 will commence this afternoon in this Women's Croquet New South Wales final. AC Croquet, and we're really looking forward to it. It's been 2 magnificent games so far, 1 to go. We'll be on shortly. We haven't abandoned you, I promise. Thank you.
And we got Ben back. All good. And what's Rosie going to respond to Alison's east boundary? She may just play a duffers ties, but she usually does.
And we're off.
Alison's black and blue.
Hopefully she can.
Duffers ties.
Slightly short duffers ties.
So, how do you spell that surname again?
Landrebe.
Perfect, thank you. Now, they both won 2 games each, is that right? No? Rose won 1?
No, Rosie's had 1 loss, but Alison's unbeaten. So the tricky decision here, it's a short duffers ties, which is never great, but if you get your opponent guessing, second guessing if you're going for or not, but it's a dangerous miss where the hoop is, so she's turning it down. But she's Alison's gone up to corner 3s, taking the long shot.
But that's left the duffers ties for Rosie.
Rosie, yeah, but the balls are 9 yards apart if Rosie does hit to try to either get a break going or she still will have to clean up her yellow and maybe in the mid-court area. So it's a good stalemate at the moment of what's going to happen.
I always thought you had to hit the duffers ties to show your opponent who's boss.
The player who set the duffers? Or
yes.
Oh, well, you want to make a break from it. So Alison has taken the long shot and saying, well, I don't think you'll make a break from these 2 balls 9 yards apart if you do hit it. So it forces Rosie to push yellow out towards the east boundary and trying to leave a hoop 1, hoop 2 leave.
That's one thing I've noticed from your game, Pete, is you can be very aggressively defensive. And there you are.
Skittered past that one.
Of course, it does change the mental game if your opponent doesn't take the ties that you've left.
Right, yeah.
The pressure's on you.
A well-set duffers, you generally are turning most of them down, but that one was short enough that Alison's such a good shot. That was must have been an attempt for her.
It's a bit like Matthew Essick in the World Championships where he did that little short, that shot in on the 3rd game. Where
The short super shot.
Yeah,
and didn't play it at full pace, was it?
No, I don't. Yeah, I just don't think he meant to do it that way.
I'm not sure. That came out after the game before where the sextuple was rolling all right for him.
Yeah.
And it was, I can't really remember it all, Stephen. But
well, I went to bed that night thinking, the World Championship is lost.
Yeah.
And then woke up in the morning and it gone the other way.
Yeah, hopefully, we've got a World Championship coming up very soon in Florida, and Matthew, who's just won the US GC overnight, will be one of the ones of favourites to win that World Championship, AC.
Missed that one, so...
So, not the start Rosie's looking for, but also Alison has missed a shortest one, so there's a little bit, bit happening between the both. They're both not quite settled. But Alison has the first chance to get the first break because the yellow's still sitting up there nicely up towards hoop 6.
So Alison will try and get behind red. to rush it over. Trilling will have to rush it over
Yeah.
to yellow.
And then to a point where she can load hoop 2 and still hold a rush to hoop 1, I would think. Actually, I can't remember if that yellow does rush to hoop 1, but I think Alice
it looks like it
better
does.
look
Yeah,
at
it
it
will.
before
It
the
will.
one I saw.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that's clear. Yep.
It's a good shot, quite rushable. And not a
Yeah,
bad cut.
that's a great shot.
Yeah.
Perfect base, isn't it? Oh,
Could have been a foot further. But you can see now how Alison has read at hoop 2.
yeah, and this is going to give her, if she wants, because she can't get a forward rush out of this, but she can get a rush over to her, to the,
To black. So she'll try and cut.
well, yeah, I think she'll cut to mid-boundary if she can. Oh,
Yep.
oh, no, she doesn't quite have the room for that, but so she may not. It's not a bad place where red is just to tap and roll. But you can put this to hoop 4, going to the other boundary ball, and then take off to the red. So it'll be all good. It's the beauty of leaving her own ball behind when she has a choice of how she's constructing the break.
So what's the idea of using black rather than just doing a big roll down? Because you only got to tap red.
Well, I think the takeoff from black to the red is a more achievable to get the nice position to rush into hoop 2, whereas the roll is,
Bit
is
more control
still,
with a
still-
takeoff, isn't
yeah,
there? Yeah.
And you're placing the ball at hoop 3 with a nice drive going to the other ball.
So you've got 2 shots that you've got a lot more control
Oh,
over
yeah.
rather than the big roll.
Now that might have made a difference if it was she had left Rosie's ball behind at the start of the break,
Right.
because you're going into a little bit of danger when you're pushing that big drive.
Lovely shot. Black probably moved 2 feet.
Well, Mosman lawns are running really good at pace-wise. I haven't
Yeah.
seen them like this for, probably, forever since I've been coming to Mosman, so it's credit to them. But that shot on some lawns that Alison might have been faced of rolling the free going to the ball at 2 wouldn't have been possible on every lawn that she plays. So she'd be used to the ball movement of doing the drive.
So why do you think so many clubs have slow lawns?
They don't mow them enough. There's a cost factor to that. I suppose obviously mowing them enough. Yeah, I'm not sure. I think it's just that sometimes the perception is that it's harder to play on a fast lawn because you're not got as much control over things and pace-wise and that. And so some players prefer them a little bit slower. But hopefully, if Manly can keep them at speed, all their club players will benefit from doing able to do a little bit more. GC and AC, they'll be able to hit the clearances further at GC.
Yeah, there was a bit of
Make
complaint
breaks.
at Mosman when they first decided to go shorter on the lawns.
Yeah, it's there's some clubs do like the look of them when they're greener and a little bit lusher. The old type of look of a croquet lawn, and so faster, well-mowed lawns do tend to brown off a little bit more, and so it's
Yeah.
the look that that would be off-putting a bit for club members. But if you can get lawns consistently between 11 and 12 seconds, it either favours nearly everyone.
So what does 11 and 12 seconds mean?
Well, the higher the number, the 12 seconds is a faster lawn than a 11-second lawn, and so like if you've got an 8 to 9 second lawn, they're just about unplayable. But there's a lot of lawns between 10, 10 and a half that suit everyone, but not for everyone's style in both codes. So the easiest way to measure it is hitting a ball from the south boundary to the north boundary or vice versa, and having someone with a stopwatch timing it, and you're trying to make the ball land on the line from the distance, and how long that takes. Obviously, if you're hitting it on a fast lawn, you don't have to hit it as fast to come off your mallet, and you know, if you can get up to 12, 13 seconds, that means it's taken a long time to slow down. Because it's
Well, we've just seen a
very
mistake
fast.
here from Alison, who's gone out of her croquet shot. So that's end of turn.
And
Ooh, red's probably wired. But put red there. Who's responsible for red?
I think Alison was in,
Yeah.
because she had the brake running.
Yep. So
Alison's conceded the lift.
Rosie's taking. So just for people who didn't understand what happened there, Alison had put red in a position where red could not hit black or blue or yellow with a normal swing. So that's called a wiring. It's like a snooker in a snooker game. And that means the owner of red ball, Rosie, is entitled to take a lift to either the A balk or the B balk, which is an easier shot in this case for Rosie. That's why Alison was smiling so much when she went out.
Similar to her first duffer tie shot she had,
dear
but
me, that was never on from the time it hit the mallet. Yep. So yeah, similar to the duffer tie, still a bit longer, but anyway. Okay, so now in a good position to play black for a break. Here we come down to red. Nicely done to cut red across.
and she's playing black ball, isn't she? So she's
Playing black, yeah.
reasonably straightish.
Ooh.
If you're going to miss, it's not a bad spot to miss. There's a fair bit of black hanging out. I think
She probably hasn't got half a ball because that hoop net
No.
gets in the way quite easily, doesn't it?
if she shoots at yellow, it's a big reward. But I mean, if it's a longer miss, and black's certainly running the hoop next turn up to the.
It's much closer, yeah. She's probably got half a ball, but only
Yeah.
at 4 yards. Which I would take over a full ball at 15 yards.
Oh, I think a miss on black is not probably as bad as, unless you're hitting the hoop, of course. But a miss on black's not as bad if you can tickle this. Play it at a medium pace to keep it online. She played
Good
it
shot.
firm, so it's a good shot, good contact.
Would you have played a softer shot?
Yeah, as I said, the takeoffs to that hoop in the other games, they were moving a little bit, so she Probably just played at a pace that she thought she'd keep it on line. But yes, a slighter tickle of the ball would have been quite valuable. But
And how do you aim for a ball like that? That's
a bit like your snooker thing, Steve. Just aim at the portion of what the ball is. Just visualise where you're cutting it to, type of thing, and aim at that part of the ball. It's not bad. It's a good shot. Similar to position, slightly more angled than what Alison had, but not too far different.
well, this hoop's I just reset this hoop. It's a bit tight, but it's legal. But I measured the red and the yellow. Well, I took the red and yellow balls to the hoops and the black and blue, and I think red and yellow are slightly bigger than black and blue.
Red and yellow are slightly bigger.
Mm.
Yeah.
Oh, there's still enough room. But it's interesting that two balls can be different sizes, even in a brand new set.
Yeah. Bigger, but obviously still within the tolerance of a ball gauge size. You know,
Well, I haven't got a ball gauge here, but when I looked at the hoop, there's still enough room between the hoop and rotating it around. So the good news is that Rosie can make the hoop.
Yep.
And I suppose she has to because Alison's going to make her next shot.
Any miss after the hoop could be so maybe a tap throw and a double, but no, she's taking it firm.
Bit of pressure on this shot.
Yeah.
So she's missed two of these already, so she won't miss the third.
Turn this one into a rush.
Crack.
Yeah, like that. That's a good shot.
So now she needs to come up, and well, black and blue are nice and close together, so what should she do? Should she try and rust blue into the corner and get it out? And
It's difficult for her to move both balls, blue and black, apart. So you're always leaving something behind. So just rely on leaving yellow where it is and using it as a break building ball, and just concentrate on getting. Ooh, that's not the greatest result. Rely on getting a nice dolly rush to hoop 2 and just build your break from that.
So is she?
But she's touched blue, I think. I didn't. Not looking. No, obviously not. No.
Yes, she had.
Yeah. So this is you promote blue.
Oh, no,
up
she hadn't. Yeah. So she. Yeah.
Promote blue up a little bit, but you're looking for that easy rush to hoop 2, and then if you can get some control out of it with yellow where it is, you can build the break quite nicely. So got to keep this blue narrow. You don't want to be putting too much split on the red to black position shot. That looks good pace.
It does. Blue's out of the way. Sorry.
Yeah. Got a bit of a collision there.
That's the trouble when you do those shots.
I don't know what Rosie will be thinking here, but she'll.
So she's used blue and yellow. So
There's nothing easy about what she's got ahead of herself. Looking for oh, that's unfortunate to land in front of the hoop. It looked like she might have been looking for a scatter on herself or a scatter on the blue ball.
yeah. Lovely setup for black.
It makes the scatter less attractive of trying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, bearing the red ball into corner 4 is not bad, or corner 3 possibly now is not bad. And then blue has a tap on and yellow, but nothing ahead, and or black takes it and then still has to hit something. So yeah, good result, good scatter.
Yeah, but it still leaves up and lawn. That's better set up because 3 are all on the way to the
Yeah.
next hoop. And
Certainly better than what it was 2 shots ago, what she was going to be faced.
Yeah. yeah.
Could be a little bit of trash talk between the players. It goes unwanted.
So Alison makes the hoop. Takes a bit of her luck. So how do you come back from that if you're Rosie? Where you just, all
no.
that luck's gone against you,
Um,
and then luck comes
yeah,
the other
no,
way.
no. Yeah, some of that was, well, first shot. With the rush cutting into the other ball was, it's just an error, and then that is unlucky what she did, because she had quite a good plan to try to do the scatter. But so no,
You've got to knock it down in the dumps.
you get over that one pretty quick. It's just slight randomness didn't go quite right. So Alison is on hoop 2 of black. Is probably still in a pocket, but. So black has made 1 and blue has made 3 hoops and red has made 1 hoop. The scoreboard. Red's made 1, yep.
Helen. Realise black clips soon. I'll just go. Helen, black clip. Yes, so black's on hoop 2. So under the rules, if a clip is misplaced and has misled the opponent, they can go back to where they were misled and replay those shots. But if you were misplaced the clip, and were misled later on, that's your bad luck. Oh, nice.
That's a nice shot.
Yeah.
Yeah, so all the balls, 4 balls are out on the middle of the court. Nothing too close to the next hoop, but it's all really good balls to work with to get the break. It's a nice rush again.
And the importance of the rush again, so that
Yep.
you can now load hoop 3 and get behind yellow to rush it to hoop 2. Sorry, rush it to hoop 3. She's got hoop 2. Nicely set up now with a little croquet shot here, and of course blue is a pivot and black is a pioneer for hoop 4.
Yeah, the ball's all in really good position, so she doesn't want to be relaxed or anything, but if she can keep it tight, then she can start thinking of a leave as she goes around. It's a difficult leave because Alison's on 2 and 4. Oh, there we are, sorry. She's stuck in hoop 3.
Oof, he just made it. But just as good enough.
Might be one of these rare ones where Alison's probably best to give Rosie hoop 3 and rush red down to hoop 4.
Yes, I think you're right there. Nothing wrong with giving your opponent a hoop, because it's not about making one hoop or giving away one hoop. Particularly if that's going to get you on your way with a break. Now, what's she going to do here, Pete?
Well, she wants to make good solid contact. She wants to be able to load it towards 5 while she still controls hoop 4. So there'll be a spot.
So she wants
Yeah, that looks pretty good pace. Can't quite see the full lawn from here. That looks pretty good pace to do everything that she needs.
and put red across as a pioneer to hoop 5.
Some pace on that, the red ball.
Well, she's got quite a big swing when she does the roll.
Yeah, red's always a little bit better if it's kept east slightly with the ball position as it is. Doesn't make much difference. She can still cope with it there where it is.
Yes, I don't think she's worried yet. Nicely through. She puts red on hoop 4 and takes blue off. Come down and try and do something about that pesky yellow. Yep. Put red across to 1 back and get a rush on yellow. Up to hoop 6. And then make hoop 6 off black.
These players well, they've been in lots of teams together, but they've certainly played a lot of times. I'd like to hazard a guess how many matchups they've had of singles between them over the last 18, 19 years, maybe.
Oh my goodness. Well, probably 75.
Yeah, not bad. Guess this is matchup 49.
49.
Yes. And it currently stands at Alison 25 and Rosie 23.
Well, that's pretty close. So now we've got the lawn. Looking like a classic lawn. And Alison can load 2 back with her own ball. And then 3 back.
Yeah, no, the balls are perfect. To keep control of everything.
Put yellow down. How far down?
Midway. Yeah. Probably the distance down is where it was, just to comfortably play the shot to red without any, extra on the shot,
Yeah.
or hold it back or anything like that. She has options here of swapping the pivot ball over and using yellow to be the load through 3 back. She's confident of putting the red 3 back and getting it on the money.
Yeah.
I like the possibly swapping over because it allowed you to control that rush on yellow down past black to put yellow to 3 back and get the rush behind black.
So I'd say she's going for her favourite diagonal spread leave.
Oh, that's a great croquet stroke.
Yeah, Alison has such control on her croquet strokes, doesn't she?
Oh yeah, There's not much stroke that she's struggles with. It's a fine single ball shot, croquets and hoops, and good croquet strokes. You can't ask for much more.
Okay, just want to see what she's going to do here. Yep. Leave yellow near the peg. Pull that leave. Oh, nice shot again.
Yeah.
So, hit red. 3 foot past the hoop. Do a nice little croquet shot. Through we go now. The issue is how can she get red in the position that she wants. seem to have a bit of noise here.
I like the pace of that. That's, geez, pushed that up nicely to the boundary. That's near perfect.
Yeah.
That's a great shot.
So Alison has to go across and measure the red in.
Which is, it takes the pressure off having to get this ball wide at the peg. It means you can concentrate on getting in a position where you can set on the east boundary wide from the ball near the peg, hampered from the ball from the peg. And it doesn't really matter if it's open a little bit, because the shot from yellow to red or red at yellow is really unattractive. But by pushing that up as far as she did, that gives her those luxury of those options.
So when Pete says a hampered shot, he wants it so that...
Yeah. The game before, when Alison was doing the leave against Joanne, she had to head south quite a bit because the balls were too close together if she didn't get the wiring at the peg. But this is better because she's pushed the red to the west boundary.
And because she's doing a fine takeoff, she's called Ellen Collins, the referee. No trouble, of course.
That's really good.
We can see yellow move from here.
So she's going to be able to rush us into position on the east boundary where Rosie's going to have...
So what would happen if Helen didn't say anything about the ball not moving, but you as the player thought the ball didn't move?
Oh, you'd just declare it yourself, yeah. You just declare the fault. So Alison's rushed it fairly deep. So
she's lining it up to make sure that yellow doesn't have a swing because of the peg.
Oh, she pushed up all right. That's good. Yeah.
Yep.
There's enough there that Rosie, if she wanted to take the short shot from A balk, it's long enough to, test her. So, it's what you want to do is put your opponent in second guessing if they're taking the short shot or the long shot. Don't want to make it just an automatic decision.
So Rosie should use yellow because it's in the centre of the lawn?
Yeah, definitely use she for hoop 1 with yellow, isn't she?
Yeah.
And red is for 4.
Yeah.
Ah, that's red.
Black's on 1. Yeah. So Alison's on 10?
Yeah. So Alison has made 1 hoop with black. She's made 9 hoops with blue. And Rosie still has made 3 hoops of red. So she's taken the A. I think it's a good decision from Rosie. She's been slipping past the roquets a bit. And this is quite... And she's recognising Alison's in good touch. And for her to get into this match, she needs to probably take the shorter shot on the lawn. And with that ball over on the west boundary, it's still work for Alison to do.
Crack. Got it.
Yeah,
Good shot.
And the roquet came out really well. I think that's part of the decision making to take that shot without hesitation. It's good.
Well, it doesn't matter how good you leave, someone's got to lift.
Yeah, and
What's Rosie thinking about now?
well, the ball's on the east boundary, which is actually a lined-in ball, so it's no easy break for Rosie, even though she can easily construct the rush to 1. She may be looking at rushing this to the red ball and just digging it out off the boundary a bit and rushing back down to 1.
Okay. Yes, yeah. Looks like you were right. And why is that a better strategy?
Well, you even if you can rush us into a position where you can chip it in 3 yards towards hoop 2, it's going and hold your rush to hoop 1. It just increases your percentage chance of the break actually sticking together. That's quite a difficult ball to have a load as a load for hoop 2 where it is the red ball. And that's nice. That's a nice rush too, because she's coming down onto the red as well now. And it's a really good rush.
You should see the tournament manager, Fighty Westgarth, flashing across your screen as you walk past.
Still not the easiest shot for Rosie to get it on the money, because you don't want to have a scrambly hoop 1. So give this one a bit of attention. But I like it. She's narrowed this one up quite well as well. That's a good shot.
So she didn't try and put blue right at hoop 2? She was
No, she's concentrating on making sure that red is a nice rush to the hoop. A little bit of cut needed, but it's not a bad angle.
bit more cut would have been nice.
Yeah, a little bit more cut would have been nice.
Yeah, a little bit less. Well, given that she's that far to the west of the hoop, it's probably better to be a bit deep.
Yeah. Yeah, no, the pace is right. Just needs that little bit more cut into it, but it's all workable. It was never an easy break from the position that Alison had left the balls.
Short again.
Yeah, it's good. The decision made to run it straight away pretty quickly, a bit like the lift shot, so positive stroke usually will follow.
So Alison gets onto the lawn.
I think that's quite an awkward place it's finished up for Rosie, because that hoop's still a tough hoop run, and I don't think red probably has got something on yellow, but not much. Yellow's got nothing on red.
And if blue misses, yellow still hasn't got a
Yeah,
good bat.
no, it's not a nice position for Rosie to be in. It looks straight. Good shot.
Well, Alison took that worry
Yeah,
away from Rosie.
Yep.
Nice shot. But it is with blue. So why did Alison choose blue rather than black?
I think it was a short shot. I think the hoop was runnable for Rosie to get if she wanted to.
But she had a lot more upside than black.
And if she did run that, yeah. But I mean, if blue did
If
stay
yellow did-
there
yeah.
and yellow did run, it's a break there.
So it was as much about stopping the break for Rosie as...
And setting. Alison does play a next break strategy quite a bit, so she doesn't really want to have to unless she's forced to scramble out a break from a tough position. So setting it up to what she's comfortable with by.
So what do you mean a next break strategy?
Well, she's elected to play blue because she's obviously not going to make any more hoops with blue, instead of playing black. And she's just pulling a ball towards 2, ball towards 3, and she's either going to leave a rush to 2 or out to the east of the ball that she puts towards 3. And unattractive for Rosie to play dry and not shoot at something, because she knows Alison can make that free ball break.
So it takes a bit of courage to do that.
Yeah. Sometimes it's just the correct line of play, with the sensible line of play, rather than taking a risky shot with the ball you want to play with, and still having to do a fair bit of work after you hit.
And breaking down in the wrong spot.
Yeah. So it's just, players have got so well at shooting that net break strategy isn't used as much, and probably should be still, used a lot more.
Well, for those of us who aren't quite at that standard, it's probably good advice a lot of the time.
So it looks like she didn't want to leave much of a double, so she's left a yellow with only one ball on the angle that's that. But I mean, if yellow misses that, then Alison's got good potential of any break from any miss from this position.
So it's a bit of a squeeze because black's got red at that hoop and blue's got yellow at that hoop. So this is a better ball than yellow to red?
Yeah. It does two purposes. Obviously, there's big reward if Rosie hits it. And if you can do anything, is make your opponent have to rush a bit of distance to the hoop. That's their next hoop. So by playing red at yellow, that achieves both of those things. So the ball positions for Alison now are good for a triple if she wants to push for a triple in this game.
Well, the only person who's made a triple so far in this tournament is Rosie.
I don't think she did. She complete one?
Well, I should look up Croquet, shouldn't I?
Oh, she didn't. She didn't tell me that if she did.
No, maybe it was Alison then. But we certainly don't see as many triples as we used to. No, you're right. There's no one's had a triple.
Certainly, I've seen Alice and Rose. They've got a few peels out here and there, and it just hasn't quite stuck at the end of them.
Yeah. Yes, Alison's been 26 every game. So this is a challenge for Alison to try and make a triple.
Looks like a nice touch. Needs a bit of cut on the yellow to get it to the south side of hoop 3.
Yeah, nice follow through, pushing out. Not too much wrist action. It's always the same shot. Nice, lovely shot. Nice. Easy in front of the hoop. Well, how it changes.
Yeah, it was an unexpected miss from Alison. Sometimes that's forward thinking of the ball movement that's going to be required in the next 3-4 shots. But it's not. Well, I won't put the mockers on the shot yet, but it's the first real Rosie's been given. See if she can capitalise on this.
So the key here is for Rosie to get that blue to rush to the hoop. By going over to red. Put red at 3 and
Well, you don't want to think about it too much, but the way Rosie, both times she's been on this lawn, the struggle she has at hoop 1, it's quite probably a good thing to be taking red to hoop 1.
oh right, yes.
You don't really want to have those thoughts in your mind that I'd rather take myself to hoop 1 for the reason of my
Well, she's taking
previous
your
iffies.
advice, not my advice. So if you are going to have a problem with a hoop, better to have your own ball next to you.
It's a
rather
terrible
than-
negative thought that you've already put in me before you even get there, but I'm kind of, I think it's not a bad idea for her to be doing it on this one.
Need a little bit of a cut to get to 1
Yep.
in the right spot.
She's powered these cuts quite well, hasn't she, to the self of the hoop. So there she goes here.
Too much of a cut. But long as it's going to end up in front of the hoop. So then the takeoff needed to get back. Nice shot. Still that distance, we've seen a couple of shots miss from both players on that hoop. Well, that's through. It's a relief. No more hoop 1 for Rosie. Of course, a lot of concentration with this shot. She just wants to make sure she makes it. I think we all hate going through a hoop too far and that shot back. Well, that's the way to do it.
No, another good swing. That's good.
Now what, Pete?
Well, I don't know what she will do. I know what she won't want to do is that it's moving both balls forward over that distance. So she's doing the right thing and doing. Depends how much of a thick takeoff she does. That's good. She's playing the. Yeah, it's a good
That's
shot.
quite thick.
Yep.
A bit hard.
Yeah. It's a difficult weight to judge sometimes if you haven't been playing many of them.
Gone out, I think.
Oh, okay. I'm not looking at that part of the screen. Yes.
So
It's
your
really
eight's
raced
gone
away.
out, so
Yeah.
that's end of turn.
So, she'd be disappointed in that. She'd be thinking, I should have just put the roll up there.
We'll probably just did a thinner takeoff.
Yeah, she wants to get something over to the other side, and then I can see what the intentions, what she wanted to get out of it.
That's probably gone a good 10 metres more than 10 yards more than she wanted to, the yellow, and then gone out. So Rosie's now on 4 hoops, so with 3 for red and 1 for yellow. And Alison's got 9 for blue and 1 for black to make 10.
Not sure what Alison's thinking here. She's seems to be going to go to the blue if she can tidy it up. Not sure what gain she gets out of it. She might be just setting another lead. It looked like a free takeoff to the hoop, run it to the boundary, and then have the flat rush on yellow across. But she's got a different plan in mind.
Ooh, I only just got that.
Yeah.
You notice how Alison always raises her finger, she
Yep.
just gets a hit.
Yeah, I like the etiquette of raised finger on the narrow tickles. Good for your opponent just to see the hand come up straight away. You've hit the ball.
Yeah, so she's setting up.
She got a bit of pondering time, Rosie, because she played 2 good shots. She played a really good hoop, good return roquet, and then the quick takeoff slipped by. But you don't really want to have to do the recovery one straight away when you get back out there. So, and where the red is and the yellow is, playing yellow for the first time, possibly wide isn't a bad idea of the red. Just make Alison not have it easy from a set-up position. It's a long shot on yellow at red.
Oh. Is this one of those times she should take yellow too?
I'd be coming down towards corner 1, I think, still.
Yeah.
Well, a distance where Alison has to deal with her 2 balls, but possibly not get a break from it. Even towards corner 4 area, splitting the 2.
Even in corner 1, I suppose you can
Yeah.
make hoop 3 and then rush down and come back. And
I mean, Alison will just reset and make another leave, but I think for Rosie having just a swing, just see what Alison does with a dry ball for a change would do. Unless, of course, this yellow hit blue and black look an attractive looking target for her, and she just continues on. She's taking a shot at red, that's all good.
no idea. No, I think, well, now she didn't hit, it would have been better to be in corner 1, of course.
Yeah, all in hindsight, but yeah.
Well, it's just for other players to take note that sometimes it's not a good idea to put your 2 balls together, even though your opponent's a long way apart. A long way away and together. But there's always the pressure that Alison's under to make this hoop.
Well, Alison tricked me a little bit. I thought she had set it as a rush to for hoop 3, and then her coming down here to use Rosie's 2 balls and try to possibly get that triple back online. But no, she's useless to rush to hoop 2.
Bit of an angle, but she should be all right going through this hoop.
So that's Rosie's made a good decision to shoot red at yellow. Yellow at red, sorry. Well, I suppose if you play each over 48 times, Rosie knows what Alison was setting it up for.
Yeah. Shouldn't be too hard for Alison. Although we can't see it properly from here. So the referee, Helen Collins, is marking the ball because if Alison does a fault, the opponent can choose to leave the balls where they are or put the balls back to where they were.
What faults we thinking that can come up here, Steve? There's a couple, isn't there?
Yeah, there most likely would have been a bevel, I suppose.
Yeah.
Well, it's too far for the hoop crash. But often when it's a little bit further apart, people try to play with a very angled mallet. I had to call one this morning where they had a more than 45 degree angled mallet.
Yep.
And you hear that thud sound and no jump, and also I think there was a bevel as well. So once your mallet gets past 45 degrees, if you don't jump the ball and you have a thud sound, it means you've hit it into the ground and hit it the second time.
Yeah.
And every referee will call it.
Yeah.
And as we say, the rule for faults is if in the opinion of the referee it was more likely than not a fault. And if you want to argue with more likely than not, see Rule 1, which is in the opinion of the referee. But it can be hard at times because it all happens so quickly. And you think,
Yeah. But as a ref, sometimes you can call a second ref if you think.
Well, once you watch something, you can't. Oh, yes, to watch it both
right,
together, yeah. We don't usually have that luxury of that many refs.
And sometimes you might have to ask the opponent what pace you're playing this shot. The player, how hard you're hitting this.
Of course, it's an issue. I mean, if you do play competitions and you are referee, there's sort of an obligation on you yourself to become a referee.
Yep.
You can return the favour to other people.
Yeah.
And the advantage of being a referee is that you learn the rules. It's amazing how people don't know the rules, even quite senior players.
They're reasonably complicated.
They are, and you think you keep on thinking, the rules have got to be simpler, and then you come up to a circumstance and you think, gosh, that was complicated. I needed those.
Lucky the rules are written that way. Yeah.
That's right. Okay, so Alison's back onto her break now. Making it look easier than it has been. And AC is really a game where one or two errors or one or two misses matter a lot. Which is, part of why people like playing AC. It's quite a challenge. And the first time you lose the game to 0, you feel terrible. But you know it's going to be the first of many.
Yeah, well.
And there's nothing wrong with losing 26-0. There's something wrong with losing 26-1.
Yes, yeah.
So it's what you have to say to beginners sometimes. Say, I didn't even score a hoop. You say, don't worry about it. Happens all the time to everyone, and it will happen again. Nice shot. So yellow's out of consideration for a 1-2 hoops. She's not going to try the triple, you think, or?
No, I think that indication that when she rushed at hoop 2 directly indicated she wasn't going to be doing that. Well, in saying all that, yellow's in a position that things can happen if she did want to push things.
Yeah, with a bit of serendipity,
Yeah.
it might happen. So a triple peel is where you peel your partner ball through fallback, penultimate rover, and then peg both balls out. So obviously you have to do that after you yourself have to go around with your striker ball. And normally you try and do your first peel when you make hoop 3. A delayed peel is when you make, well, you're on your way to hoop 6. I think Alison's going to be happy with a 26. Yeah. So, what do you think she'll do now, Pete?
No, she'll just continue the break as tight as she can by putting a load towards one back. And improve the pivot ball, the red ball is, the yellow ball is at. It's a nice shot to one back, load. Gone a wee bit far, but all good.
Alison tends to like the load at one back a bit deeper. Ooh, a little bit of trouble here, but not too much. Trouble because she has to do a takeoff and she's got that damn hoop in the way. But she had enough angle to be able to get right in front of the hoop. Through she goes. Oh, just a tap.
Yeah, and this one is the one you're
And
just
a drive, yep.
changing the pivot over now, and yellow will be the two back load. And she can put this one towards the corner, I think, can't she? That gives her enough room. Yep, it's good.
Oh, that kept nice control. I would have rushed red down to hurt the hoop and then done a takeoff back,
Yeah,
which is more difficult and longer.
this is better. Steve.
I think you're
Yeah,
right.
yeah.
I think you're right. I think Alison knows.
The rush has got a bit of randomness, and then you still
Yeah.
got to, tidy it up. This year's going. You can line this up and send it where you want it.
Yeah, it's keeping all your shots tight, isn't it? All
Yeah,
those
yeah.
shots that you've got control over. And
The
Yep.
stop shots to slight drives to medium drives to just about your most accurate one of placement balls.
So she's ended up with the same results.
Yep.
You've got a pioneer and a pivot, but now the pioneer's yellow rather than red. And she's been in control all the way along. Okay, croquet continuation. So when do you start thinking about your shot when you're doing one? Are you thinking of, stalk, stand, grip,
Oh,
all that, or that's all
no,
automatic for you now?
no. You're thinking about your ball movement, and once you get it in place, you might just do a bit of readjusting if things go a bit far or a bit more angle than you thought. You reassess bits and pieces like that. And I mean, if you haven't been roking well or running your hoops well, you'll do what you're talking about, Steve. You'll try to get back to your, what you've been practicing or you haven't placed, or possibly what could be going wrong, and you've got to sort it out.
But why is it? Some days you can see the ball and hit the ball quite easily, and other days nothing happens. Or you don't find that problem.
No, I find that more than most people. So, yeah, form waning.
Nice shot.
If you're talking about competition or meaningful big competition that you're prepping up for, and it doesn't come out how you want one day or something, then it's usually just head stuff of your your goals or your motivation or the making sure that
Yeah.
you put the time in to prepare for that event. If the head knows that you haven't quite done enough, it certainly can catch you out. But it's more mental side of it, of addressing those swing going well one day, then not going well the next day type things.
Yeah. Yes, but it's so funny how you can go to sleep at night and dream about all your bad
Yeah.
shots, and you think, why do I ever play croquet? And then the next day, it's all gone. You're fine. That's probably true for a lot of ball sports, if not all ball sports, really. Okay, so Alison is on the way to 3 back. Got this well in control. So she should be going all the way around to the peg.
Yeah.
right?
And when she's been comfortable like this and not trying to do too much with the balls, of peeling nature and that, she's been really solid and the breaks are tight and that, and her leaves have been very good. So it's going to come down to Rosie. Probably is not sitting there waiting for an error or anything. It's just getting herself ready for hitting a lift shot like she did on the previous one to get back into the match.
Is that right?
Yep.
So now she'll set red up to penalt,
Yep, red to penalt.
get behind yellow.
Just have a look at what are Rosie's clips. Rosie's clips are.
Red's on 4
And yellow's on
2.
2. Again, yeah, difficult clips to settle.
So she's on 4. Oh, Alison, of course, is on 18 now. But should be.
I mean,
Should be on 21 by the time she finishes.
I don't think Alison will complicate this too much and try to do something magical on the leave. I think she'll just go back to what she does very well on diagonal spreads. But does mean with Rosie at 2 and 4 that any hit that she does get, she should be able to get something out of it.
But it's interesting that we saw Alison twice set up for the next break rather than take the risk of breaking down.
Yeah.
But it's always a matter of risk and return in croquet. Nothing's 100% certain. So I always say to people, think like your opponent. Think what would your opponent like you to do. So don't do that. So try and do what they would least like you to do. Which in this case...
Make a break.
Yeah, which is what Alison is doing. Going through penultimate. But she still needs to set a lead. And which means that Rosie's in a position where she has a difficult shot and Alison's in a position where at the start of her following turn she has an easy shot. And here we go through Red Rover, a little bit of an angle, but this never worries Alison. Through we go. So now she's going to try and do her.
Yeah, I
diagonal
mean,
spread.
as I say, I think because Rosie's turn 4, so a cross peg here would be quite powerful for Alison. She needs to finish this next turn, soon as Rosie. If Rosie does miss, she's not pushing it out to the west.
So have you ever lost a game from this position?
Oh yeah, very much, Steve.
So yes, I suppose Rosie's only 2 turns away from finishing. If she triple peels, or 3 turns if she doesn't. But Alison's been playing very well for the whole competition. Yes, Alison's favourite diagonal spread. Pretty well the way we've seen it each time. The yellow ball in that position and the red ball in that position. The colours might be different, but the positions are pretty well much the same. Ooh. Wasn't quite as good. Oh, we'll have to let Rosie show us whether it's a good leave or not.
Yeah, might depend where Alison rests these 2 balls to show us if Rosie's got anything on that.
Allison's taking some time over this, so a good lesson for people. Doesn't matter where you
No,
are.
there must be something hanging out there, Steve. Yellow, red, for Allison to be contemplating something. Still bite may not be what Rosie takes, but it's possibly rolling both balls off here. Yeah, so they possibly are open.
So she's calling the ref across, so the ref can have a look at where the balls go out, or at least one of the balls.
And look, I think she's separating a little bit as well, so that indicates Rosie's got more than a good chance of hitting this.
Yep. There's black out, and lose a corner anyway. But that's another good way to use a ref, because sometimes you can't watch two balls at once if they're wide apart.
No, even if you're aiming one into the corner, it's no guarantee it does go there.
No, it's not unknown for shots to go wrong, even at this level. So it's probably yellow's open, or red's open to yellow.
Oh, if red's open to yellow, that's not sure if it is. But
Well, I mean a little bit of red. He's still looking at both. Bit of a shake of the head there, which means she can't play red. Having a good look at yellow now. There's enough of red for her to see that it's not worth going to the A block to go for red.
yeah, good shot.
Oof. I think she must have been able to see a fair bit of red.
Yep.
Yep. Good shot. That's why Allison was putting her balls apart. But the ball is round, and that peg can get in the way quite surprisingly.
Yeah.
So it was a good shot from Rosie.
Yeah, and Allison's well separated, and Rosie's for hoop 2 with yellow, so there's nothing easy here. It'll be possibly setting a lead herself to try to get the break next turn.
What's Allison on there?
Allison's on 12 with black ball and 9 with blue ball. Yep, perfect.
Man, I redesigned that scoreboard.
So it's 21-4. So she hasn't got to rush it down to the hoop. She's going to have to
No, but
little tap and then
she can put black down here below 4 going to blue, because she really does want
blues.
if you-
Blues. Not in the. Well, blue must be a corner ball, isn't it?
It is.
Yeah,
She did
yeah,
measure on one side of
yeah.
the corner.
Yeah. So
Oh,
this
it's racing, isn't it? It's kind of
It's
a bit
gone
quick.
out.
Yeah. Not what she wants. That's given blue a rush along the line with a blue in field, black in field. She might be happy with that one.
was that too ambitious a shot?
She got it wrong.
Yeah, but
black didn't go far enough. I kind of like getting just a ball at each hoop, just pulling black down deep of 4 and going to blue, and then putting blue over to 2, coming back to red. But that still could have gone wrong. Her attempting to do that as well. She did get the thick takeoff wrong too when she went out,
Yeah.
going to the ball up towards 2 before. So she's just coming off the shot or just misjudging it a bit.
Still, Rosie's not the sort of person who leaves the lawn wondering what if.
Well, no, as you say, Alison's fullback and big. She's got to do something. She's got to
Yeah.
get things moving somehow. There's plenty of time. Rosie could have got a break around to fullback. It puts pressure back on Alison. It's a tough one walking off the lawn though for loss if you didn't make your opponent work hard enough when you kind of handed her the turns or the breaks by your own errors. You know,
Those two, yeah.
you want to make them hit the shot after you set up rather than hand them the balls.
So will Rosie replay these shots in her mind all night?
I don't think so. Should be no.
So Alison's in a good situation here to make fall back and complete the break, although she'll have to bring black back in to make it.
No, there won't be much dwelling on it. It's just a simple thing as I didn't play well enough, didn't play very well.
Yeah.
Need to be better next time I get out there, and you'll go out there and try to sort it out. But you don't dwell on too much. Could have done that, should have done that type of thing.
So when will she try and bring black into the game?
If it's all under control and she can get a rush out of Penalt, she may go over. Otherwise, she'll be having to rush over there after over. You don't want to have to control Penalt. You don't have to. You're a bit close to the hoop to be able to just... Oh, she's putting out to that side anyway.
Yeah, she's
So-
gone out to the wrong side to
Side,
rush
yeah.
yellow over to black. Oh, she's a bit tighter than she
Yeah.
thought. Could be a bit of a nasty angle. So, of course, she's got to be able to hit the ball with the face of her mallet, but any part of the face, but not the edge. The bevel is only a fault in a hampered shot, which this is. Nice little tap. Take it easy. Well done.
So she's rolling this because she wants to be able to construct a rush back to that black ball after the hoop. So having both balls down.
So she's going to try and rush the ball over to the east boundary so that she can get behind black, rush into
Yeah.
the hoop and then
Uh,
pick out.
You
Both
don't want to
balls.
put too much focus on how far down yellow is. You just want to be able to have nice position on blue ball to black ball, blue ball to red ball to the hoop. And she's put yellow fairly deep. Okay, so she should be running the hoop to the yellow ball, I would imagine, and working with the red ball to get the rush to black.
So you think she'll try and hit blue through the hoop onto the boundary?
Yes, I would think so.
Bit of an
Well, she's
angle?
played both of them fairly deep. It's
Well, now she's got to make this.
slightly hammered, you know. Been making it a bit tougher than she would have liked.
Yeah.
She's pushed yellow and red a fair way down, so it's
Good shot.
touch.
This is what you want to see. That nice rush over to black. Pretty good position. Only problem might be if it's touching. I think she's clear there.
Yeah, oh, touching's not too bad. You do one of your little, you know, banana cannon things.
Be careful. Good. You don't want yellow to end up in front of black. See, I'm letting Alison know all the errors that I would make. That she doesn't make. Oh, and black's not going to hit the peg,
No,
so that's
It's
good.
all good. That's very good. Nice performance from Alison to go through the round robin unbeaten and become
Yes,
New
and
South-
26 in each game, so she's a worthy
Yeah.
champion.
New South Wales Women's Open champion again. Very well done. 2025.
And Rosie Landry
Yeah.
is runner up. Well done.
And I thought Joanne might be runner-up. Only the one loss.
Oh, that's right.
And
two
Rosie,
losses.
two
Sorry,
losses
yes,
for
you're right.
Rosie. So I'm
I
pretty
was
sure
going on the
so
for
good-
and against.
a
Yeah.
good performance for Joanne to come
Yeah.
runner-up. That's
Yeah.
excellent for her.
Yes.
And
Yes. Well, it's been a pretty good competition.
yeah.
And I
100%.
think all the other players have had some pretty interesting games. There's been a lot of very close games. And of course, playing in a competition is a great way to improve your croquet. Playing good players, even if you lose 26-1, is 26-0. It just lifts your game. That way you get to see
Yeah,
how the game is
game, yeah.
played and you know how to handle a bit of pressure.
Yeah.
And also thank you to our referees,
Yeah,
Helen
yeah, that's been
Collins
good.
and
Helen, Michael.
Ron
Michael-
Humperson over on Lawn 3. And
Michael Chang's been here, and
well, Michael Chang's just a GC player. He's not a referee.
Is it?
It's okay.
ah,
And
well, I saw him making some good decisions.
and yes, so and of course I was a referee as well. I should
Yes.
give myself a pat on the back. And of course the manager here, Friday Westgarth, and Mosman Croquet members. Isn't it great to have a
Yeah.
little bit of a crowd
I did see
here?
the
And
camera swivel around. So
Yeah.
nicely done, Ben. But
yeah.
seeing them all, congrats on the balcony. There is still games going on. That they were probably not going to be doing any presentation-y stuff for a while. But
Over here, gentlemen, that one there is on you now. So speak to the people and say thank you and goodbye if you wish.
And we will.
oh,
So you say goodbye first, Pete.
well, yes. Goodbye to everyone, and thank you for tuning in. We've got some sun coming out after like 8 odd hours of play. The first time the sun's arrived.
I did promise it for 11:30, so I couldn't follow through with that. So yes,
But
It's-
no, thank you to Croquet New South Wales, thank you to the Mosman Croquet Club, and thank you to Ben Two Shoes, the bowling name, Ben, sorry, not Ben.
right, okay.
But no, it's been fantastic stuff, and love having you and Boyd down here in New South Wales.
So we
Sydney.
hope everyone's enjoyed our live stream and the croquet and learnt a bit about croquet at the top level. So and it's goodbye from me as well.
And thanks to Friday Westgar for keeping everything all in order, and
Yep.
all the lunches and bits and pieces also happening.
And now we have to vote on what the cake of the tournament was. Yeah.
I don't think I've tried it, one of each yet, though.
There will be a little surprise cake later on because one of the players has a birthday today.
Oh,
And that's Janelle Wilson,
okay.
yeah, from Canberra. So she's having a special dinner tonight with her husband. But
I
there'll
got
be a
that headset
cake.
from you.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you very much.
So we're finished.
Steve, Pete, thank you so much, gentlemen, for today and having us down here from YouTube Live Sports on behalf of Happy and myself, Benny Two Shoes. And gentlemen, congratulations to Ali. What an absolutely dominant performance today. She was amazing. And well done to all the competitors in this Women's New South Wales AC Croquet Championship. It's been a fantastic day and I'm really proud of being here at Mosman. And that's it. We'll see everybody next time, wherever I am, and hopefully some more croquet as we go through. And thanks for joining us. We'll see you next time.